So. Okay. Are you able to pull up YouTube?
I'm gonna mute you on Discord so I can check if you're coming in on YouTube. My feedback.
So let me see. I might be able to check it. Where's my YouTube? YouTube. Hello, hello, hello. Oh god, and now I'm having trouble trying to get my phone. Right. All right. I think the sound's working. I don't know if you got on the Facebook live feed. All right. I guess now I need to contact everybody and share and stuff. You still there, Louie?
I'm still here.
Okay.
So how do I stay on audio on Discord so I can make room for somebody else to come in? I'm not going to be joining in on video.
Oh, you mean to not have a big window up?
Yes.
I don't think there's a way to do that. I mean, I guess I control the display. I don't know if I can get. Oh wait, I think I can get rid of you. Hold on. Oh no, didn't mean to do that. That's the opposite of what I was trying to do. Good. Right click on you. Okay. So I click on show non-video participants off. But now we're not sure if you're there. You're a ghost. Is that how you wanted it, Louie? We're
Yeah,
not
that
sure
way
if you're
to
listening
fill
in.
up your screen. Yeah, I'm just going to listen in today.
Right on.
In my 2 cents if I need to. But what are you working on?
Need to work on this bad boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like long overdue. I mean, it looks pretty finished, but now I don't even remember what I did. So now I need to do stuff to it because I want to get it done before the 11th. because we're going up to
Oh,
DMV where Andrew's club is.
okay.
So
Yeah.
it's indoor.
So
These
there's
guys.
no master key. It's just
No,
a
no, there's no
primary.
master key. It's just for design. I needed
Gotcha.
something
It looks cool.
to match the big honking super circular thing I did up top.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what am I gonna? I can't just leave that open on the
That
bottom,
looks
you
cool.
know? It was this big shroud. It looked
Hmm.
stupid like that. I was like, I need something
Yeah.
to cover it up. And I'm like, what is that piece? It's another piece of the Ravager. I
Oh,
think the Ravager is on like 3 different blasters, maybe 4. I can't remember. So I make sure I utilize my chopped up pieces. And then the big sacrifice, of course, is that Titan piece. But I'm like, the red matched the super sucker red, even though it's just like a little bit of the trim. Probably
mm-hmm.
can't pick it up on camera. But I wanted that little design as a filler to cover up where it was just like strife, you know, showing through. Because there's no barrel or anything. I just took all that stuff out. It's just the front end of empty strife. But I think it covers it up pretty good. And then I'm going to make a blue one. Because there's a blue super sucker. So why not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me get on, see if anybody else is. I saw them chatting. Let's see. Trying to make sure that I don't say anything on live that's like drama filled. There's been a lot of drama going on.
No.
You know, so I'm gonna keep religion and all that stuff out of it tonight. That'd be preferred. You know.
Oh, I know. I
I'm not
understand.
asking people to compartmentalize, but you know,
Yeah.
we're just trying to have a little fun,
I
decompress.
hear you.
I already went shopping with my wife, so I don't need any more stress. Right? Oh, I need to grab a tablet. I don't know how I'm going to see comments right now. Uh, I'll be right back. And these guys look like they're chatting about drama. So I'm going
I
to let them know
know.
I started a stream.
Oh, I hear you, man. It was just a fly on the wall last night, and I was like, nope, 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 not gonna get into that. Nope.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I guess I'll say something quick for myself. You know, I'm a churchgoer. Some of my
And
views can
so am
be
I.
considered agnostic, to be honest, which is contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right?
I'm a human being. I have a brain and I like to develop my own thoughts. You know, and
Yeah.
ultimately, I think religion is for the community, but ultimately, it's like an investment of an individual. So it's not
Mm-hmm.
really to be questioned by somebody else. And most of religions are
Yeah.
set up like that. But so
Mm-hmm.
many people feel the need to display their Catholicism, their Christianity, you know, whatever it is, and they forget that they are a representative of that religion. And the number one teaching for most of those religions is to love everybody, and they lose
Exactly.
sight of that. So, and
Thank
then
you.
everything else is secondary and equal to
Mm-hmm.
me. So, uh,
Yeah. I'm the same way.
but you
The
know,
only
and
the
I
only
get
thing
it.
that
You
I
know,
had
there's
an
stuff I
issue with
read. You
last
know,
night.
we go to church
Yeah.
and I hear things about women being subservient to men, and there's things I can say about that in my own head.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I don't think that's my battle in that place where that's their religion. But anyways, moving
I mean, the
on.
only
I
I
think
have
that
is
was enough.
yeah, is the double standard. You know, it's like that's all I have the issue with, really.
Yeah. I don't want to overstep either way. but
Mhm.
it is hard to support both depending on what's going on. So
Exactly.
let's just leave it
Okay,
be
let's move
because
on.
yeah, the world's not supposed to be perfect. We're not going
Right?
to make it that way on a YouTube live, from my garage where I need some damn coffee. Cause, and I got to get early as crap. Let's see. Okay, there's still drama. I'm just gonna ignore it and say started stream if you want to join.
Right? Yeah, this is weird because like on
I don't want to say no drama
Discord,
because they sound really invested, but I'm just gonna
you
say
know,
like
right?
started stream if you want to join, just modding and stuff. But I'm open to whatever, man. Life's difficulties I cannot shy away from. I just have
Mhm.
to deal with it.
I hear you.
Everything will be okay eventually. Start stream. Okay. Now how do I? That's right. I gotta go to my YouTube.
On YouTube, I'm not showing up on there, but on Discord, I'm still showing. Which is fine, I guess. I just don't want to take up somebody else's space.
Oh, you mean from the?
Hate
Why
that.
is this general crap here? Go away.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, should I
Hope
just
your
click
audio
on
still showing.
your tab then?
Oh
I
no.
don't know how Discord
You're not
works.
taking up a space on the YouTube window.
Yeah, no, not on the YouTube window. On the Discord window, I am.
Oh, I don't know if there's a way to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what everybody
But,
else's viewpoint is. I think it's each individual. They have to set their option.
Gotcha. Oh, I wonder. Okay, let me see if I can do it on my end. I'll make space for somebody else. Push the doc link.
Oh, that was really crazy for like. What was going on was when I was checking the YouTube feed.
Mhm.
Apparently, my Bluetooth headphones will connect to more than one device. So
Yeah.
I was hearing you, me, and my Echo, and then the 30-second delay off of YouTube, all at the same time. And I'm like, I'm just trying to copy a link. Oh my god, so many voices. Just be quiet. Shh. Alright. After my
Isn't
little
it
mini
like that
exorcism.
all day though? The voices in your head?
Yeah. I try not to listen to them, but this time was really loud and high def.
In stereo.
Right? Let's see. Richmond Nerf Club and just share it.
Hell, I guess I can't.
Yo, go share it in that. Oh wait, you're banned. Never mind. Oops,
Who's that?
that's me, Jade.
Hey Jade.
What's up?
Sorry, I have the
Hey, Jade.
display set up to only camera windows, so I can't see who's coming in and stuff.
That's okay.
I should recognize your voice, but I'm hearing my voice at the same time because of my weird audio setup. Right now, I'm trying to share this to Facebook pages I'm not banned from.
Yeah, me, dude. It's been a long 2 days. Can't
Right?
lie. Yeah.
you been able to do anything but deal with all the stupid crap?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I was supposed to go into Boston today to hang out with my girl and stuff, but I decided to just kind of I like lost the night last night essentially. Because I was obviously just like really stressed and I didn't get to bed until 3 a.m. So I was like, I need to stay home and do some work, and that's what I'm doing. Trying to catch up on orders. I have to build like 7 B variant Caliburns, which I am not looking forward to be honest. They're
Yeah, you
quite a
said
beast
it's a
to build.
difficult build.
Um, it's just like kind of tedious, I feel like all blasters can kind of be a little challenging to build when you first get into them, and I'm sure I'll find techniques during building to smooth along my process, but it's just a really big blaster. It's really heavy. The tolerances are really tight on a lot of it. Takes a lot of lube, just like the most amount of lube, and a lot of custom parts. A lot of bolts have to be cut and like kind of precision dropped into place on a couple spots, especially the grip, and it can be a little tedious. But
Yeah, so it's all the little parts. I mean, that doesn't sound like fun.
yeah, I mean like
I'm sure the
it'll
result
be
looks
fine.
awesome. I've seen a video.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, I have to say. They're enormous. Like I don't know if y'all have seen them in person yet, but they are like a full size Caliburn is a pretty big blaster. These are like a solid 7 to 8 inches longer than those. They are enormous. I'm actually messing with mine right now.
You have to excuse me. I'm still trying to share this to Facebook places and whatnot.
It's all good. I don't have my camera on or anything like that. But yeah, there's a couple other cool things that I've been working on like the Hush Hush. If I get permission to show off the prototype, then I can maybe do that on this stream. But there's some really cool Flycore stuff going on
Yes,
and
Flycore's
whatnot.
pretty neat.
Yeah, there's a lot of new blasters coming out very quickly. The Meowsers and the Quicks are heading out the door fast
So
as
what is
always.
leading in sales right now for you? Meowsers or Quicks?
Actually, it's Meowsers, which is kind of disappointing to me, because I like building both of them, but I think the Quick is just such a good blaster, and I think the Meowser is it's also really good, but I'm not a big fan of the handle, to be honest. It's very phallic and bulbous, and it feels very strange in my hands.
I
The
think
Quick
people like the
feels
look of
amazing.
it more than like some advantageous tactical thing, because that's what it is for me.
Well, a lot of people are asking me for the tactical kit, you know what I mean? So it's I don't know, it kind of looks like a Ruger, I think, and people like that too. So it's got a lot of good things going for it. If I had to pick one, I'd choose a Quick. That's just my style a little bit more. But there's a ton of other really cool things like on the way with that whole system that are pretty sweet.
What else was I gonna ask? Oh, have you seen an uptick in mag adapter sales since the $8 Tomcats?
Oh yeah. I've sold a shit ton of those, tons of them. There was like 20 something this month, which is always good. It's also it has to do with like Christmas time and stuff like that. People are getting what has been in their carts for a couple months and stuff like that.
Wow, they keep them in there for a couple months. I'm not like that. I'll deliberate for
Yeah,
maybe
some people will
15,
like
20 minutes, and then I'm like, no, I'm getting it.
Well, cause like I'll do that too. Like when I'm like ordering stuff for some of my other hobbies, I'll just like add a ton of shit to my cart and just like kind of leave it in there, and like then I'll wait a week and I'll come back to it and I'll be like, okay, what did I actually think about and want this week? You know, cause I it's like being at a buffet. You kind of just like get a little bit of everything, and then you're just like, oh man, I'm not gonna eat like any of this.
Yeah. I get that analogy, that metaphor, definitely. Yeah, it's pretty cool that like with all the stuff that you're able to just make, you do still get some like store bought blasters and test them out. So I know you're like a super enthusiast.
Um, I wouldn't really say that, to be honest. Like I buy things that I have ideas for. So like if there's a blaster that I have eh, it's it's kind of weird. Like I run a pretty big shop and I run a couple other businesses too out of this shop. So it's not like always just Nerf, but obviously like Nerf is my main thing. But I also buy people out of the hobby. So when people are like local enough to me, they want to get out of the hobby, they'll reach out to me and I'll give them like a bulk order and then come pick up all their shit. And that's actually how I acquire like a lot of my stuff. I have thousands and thousands and thousands of blasters in storage and like,
Oh my
you know,
goodness.
like a small team of people that helps me with that as well. And I'm finally just starting to like go through the backlog, and you're starting to see me post more of like, you know, modded shelled blasters and stuff like that, which I honestly love making. Like that Rapid Strike that I finished up the other day and stuff like that. It's fun, but usually whenever I like want something, it'll just kind of make its way to me. You know what I mean? Like the Needler was from my friend Tom. I just did a review on that. I just did a review on the Quick. Like I
Tom is
didn't really want
hilarious,
a
by the way.
Needler. What? Which one?
I said Tom is hilarious.
Oh yeah, I love Tom. He's my like main intern, one of my best friends. Love that guy. Um, but yeah, I'll have to have more of him on. But yeah, after the whole people did not like my review of the Valkyrie that I did, the knockoff Valkyrie thing. Um,
They
so
were
I kind
talking
of
about
wanted
the
to lay
mag
low.
adapter thing.
They were just, it was more about like the whole licensing deal. Like I
Copyright.
essentially put out this video and I was like, hey guys, like this isn't a licensed product. Like I've talked to Leon. This isn't it. This isn't it. Don't buy this one. It's not like it's not the deal. And like then some people were just being like, you know, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm just like, look guys, like just buy the real thing. It takes talons. It's better than this. Like it's not a bad blaster to be honest, but it just
It
is
takes
like
work.
kind of super janky. I don't like that the fact that there's like not like a removable grip. It just feels very limited to me in my opinion. And
Yeah.
I just didn't like it. And people didn't like that I didn't like it. And then I saw some other videos of people from other channels being like, oh, you know, like these Chinese blasters are the future and they're great. And I'm just like, okay, like, you know, this is why there are companies like Artificial Armory and like a couple other smaller companies that are like basically leaving the hobby and not wanting to design blasters anymore because people are, there's like shit's getting ripped so quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, but as I was saying, stuff usually just finds its way to me. Like somebody just ended up sending me a knockoff Lynx too, because they didn't want it and they wanted to see my opinion on it. And it's like the Zen Duo one, and I see people getting good performance out of those. Mine has an incredibly good seal, but I just am not getting the numbers that I want out of it. I feel like the
Now
barrel
that
might be a
the
little too
knockoff
long.
links, is that take talents?
Um, I think so. Yeah, that one actually did take talents.
Okay.
It's like honestly, I wish that the people that made these, like a lot of these shelled blasters, like Woozies and stuff like that, like if they had just communicated with the original designers, we could have all been happy and all enjoyed these these products and stuff like that. I'm pulling it out right now, actually. But
Already in a good
they did.
business.
Yeah, we all could have enjoyed these things, but they didn't, and now it's like, Woozies are pretty much the most famous knockoff, but there's just a lot of other things too, like the geckos and stuff like that. People are always up in arms about IP and all that kind of stuff, and like what the legal definitions are, but when it really comes down to it, it legitimately varies state to state.
I like it when there's knockoffs of knockoffs. It's gotten to that point.
No, there are like Strife knockoffs, like the Swordfish and stuff like that, and it's a little bit different. Like knocking off the mothership is something that I personally support because 9 out of 10 times you're gonna end up with a better product somehow, which is just sad to say, but it's true. And it is what it is. But yeah, there have been some really cool knockoff like Strifeoid type things and like Rapid Strike and all kinds of weird stuff that we've seen over the years.
That's right. I meant to grab a tablet because if anybody's logged into YouTube Live, I don't know if they're. I'm hoping some other people come on. Kale said he's going to come be on. Not Callie.
Yeah, I know. I'll work on it.
You know what? That works because I think he lives in Cali. This could be a cool nickname.
I have like mild dyslexia, like very 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 mild, and sometimes I'll just like see words and just be like, oh, I'll make my own word. That kind of like these 4 letters, if you switch them around a little bit, it means something else, and there you go. But
see, that's what initially confused me when you messaged me because you said, "Do you know Callie?" And then the last name was correct. That's what I think how I recognize it. But before I was like, "No, I don't know him."
yeah, there's this guy named Chris Harper who's watching the stream right now. That sucks. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We love Chris. Chris is a homie. Yeah, but he just like reached out to me, and we hadn't actually like I had seen him around. I think I might have met him at FoamCon or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. I met like a shit ton of people at FoamCon, a lot of which I didn't even honestly recognize, and it was very overwhelming. But I didn't get any bad vibes from him or anything like that. So it's just it was cool. But yeah, people reached out to me and they want me to like sponsor their giveaways and shops and stuff like that, and I'm relatively open to doing that as long as you have like a following and you're a community oriented person.
I mean, you make good stuff, so
I try.
anybody should be happy to review anything from you. I mean, that's like
it's one of those things where
a high caliber freebie to me.
Wait, what did I give you?
No. You haven't given me anything. But if you're like sponsoring and stuff, whoever received that should be very happy.
Yeah.
Whatever you build.
It's always interesting.
Screws all
it's kind of discouraging. I like to design my own stuff sometimes, and then we have people like Xbox and stuff who kind of I don't want to get into that, but no, it's just like I haven't even talked about this anywhere yet, and I need to like figure out how I want to deal with it. But like, if you guys saw the review on my Nightmare kit, he just like shat all over it, and then was like, "Hey, buy my product instead." And I was like, "Okay." So I went back with Fetworth, and he's the guy who designed the other. There's like 3 prevalent Nightingale kits that are body kits, and there's one from Worker now too, which is also pretty neat looking. But all of them are great, and all of them kind of more or less do the same thing. But him and me worked on a a combination of his Nightingale kit with the fully enclosed back end and my fronts, and we kind of just like went through Xbox's video and fixed everything that was wrong with it. And then I reached out to him and I was like, hey man, like, you know, can I send you another one of these so you can, you know, review the V2 and see your thoughts on the upgrades? And he just like wouldn't respond to me. Kept leaving me on read, so you know, each their own. But it's kind of shitty.
maybe
But I
it
think
sounds like he
Boomstick's gonna
wasn't
come out.
interested. But you know, I guess
Yeah,
it would have been nice to at least,
it's
I guess,
like,
reach out and say something.
I mean, like if he just could have responded, like I know that he just wanted to like show his own products. Like they have like some ideas about me over on the West Coast, like the Wacom crew, which I don't actually have any issues with, but you know, it is what it is. But it's a cool product, and now it's like probably not gonna get released anytime soon, just because like I just don't want to release another Nightingale kit right now. The Nightingale kind of like died down, to be honest. Like
Yeah, I guess if
you
being
can
this
pretty
type
much
of shop owner, I think you have to be very careful about what kind of things you indulge your time in, plus the money.
well, it's not really about that, to be honest. Like, you know, what's going on? Oh, like designing and stuff like that has always been like a fun thing for me, and I get people that ask me to design this and that for XYZ Blaster all the time, and a lot of these requests I just like simply don't have time to do, or like I think a perfect example is I was designing a grip replacement, like a rear grip replacement for the Conquest Pro that
Okay.
kind of had like some P90 styling, and it was going to be like a full stock design so you can drop your mags in the top and slide them into the butt. And I just thought that would be really cool. And then like before I could even really start applying effort to that, the Dictator came out, which is basically what I was
Yeah.
trying to do. And the Dictator is a really good blaster that nobody appreciates. Kind of like the
It's an
Conquest, which is
excellent
also a
blaster.
good blaster. Yeah, I think you have a really nice Conquest.
I do, and
But
it's so
yeah,
funny. I put
so
so much work into making it, and you buy a Dictator, and I'm still like, this is still better, because it's
the
just
Dictator's so cool because it's essentially a like resell of a real steel blaster or real steel weapon. It's like it's this resell of this gun that was featured in the Jurassic World series. It's like a type of shotgun in real life, and
yeah. I think
if
I've
you
seen
paint it
photos of
black,
it.
it will.
It's pretty much
Yeah, it'll
identical.
look exactly the same, and that's just like that's really cool to me. I think that's just absolutely so cool. Just because like you know we don't really get little like acknowledgments like that very often, and as the hobby becomes more airsoft-esque, I think that that's a really cool product that a lot of people kind of miss the mark on.
I do, and I think it's like it's still recognizable as a toy, completely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With the bright colors and stuff like that, like
But
the
it looks
shotgun
so
in the
good.
real world is not a common piece of I mean like if you paint anything black and go out in the street with it, like you're asking for trouble basically. But you
Yeah,
know.
even if you paint like a stripe black and make it look realistic, you know, that's
Yeah.
not going to look great from far distance. Kale's on. What's up, Kale?
What's up, Danny? How you doing, man?
Doing good. Hey, Jade likes to call you Callie, by the way.
Bro, what? You can't do that, Danny. We just talked about this. I have like mild dyslexia. I
I
messaged him
like it.
the other day
Is it?
when you reached out to me. I was like, "Who is this Cali guy?" Because I didn't know who you like really were. And then
Yeah.
Danny was like, "Who the fuck are you talking about?" And I think I sent you a screenshot, or you might have figured it out. And then he corrected me, and I went back and I looked, and I was like, "Oh shit! I've been calling this guy Cali for a while." And yeah, I
You and
felt
every
bad enough
Starbucks.
about that.
Yeah, you and every
I
Starbucks
bet,
I've
yeah.
ever been to. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. And also, there's this whole thing, and every time I talk to Andrew about this, it's just funny. But there's also the screen name versus the your actual name, and there's like that big disconnect for a lot of people.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
so
check.
sorry
see
about
if my
that.
stream
I might
can-
call you Callie a bunch of times. You can call me JD if you want. That's kind of how my name's spelled.
JD.
Yeah, dude,
That's
people
funny.
call me JD. Like people will they'll try so hard not to like just call me Jade, and they'll be
Mhm.
like JD, and I'm like no.
No. That's funny. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I got it though. I'm pretty locked into memory. I'm bad with names too, so I don't hold it against
Right.
anybody.
Testing, my audio's come in.
I mean, I hear you if that's what you're asking.
See how far this delay is.
Yeah, the last couple of days have been quite extreme.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep,
No.
gotta hate it, you know.
Yeah, so Callie, I was making sure the audio was coming through to YouTube
Yeah.
because I know your audio is, but I've had some audio issues where everybody's audio is coming through to YouTube live and mine isn't. But it is.
Got it. Yeah, well, that's good. Well, I mean, you got a pretty complicated but pretty cool setup where you get to like have the dual screen setup is why.
That's where I get the complication. Some things are too close together, and even though I have it
Yeah.
like muted, there's like this weird
Mhm.
interference if I'm trying to do a certain thing. So it'd be better if I have like my phone propped right here,
Mhm.
and then I was connected to that audio. But when I
Got
mute, I even mute the microphone and everything on the PC. There's like a
Mhm.
wild feedback that happens on a telephone just because everything's too close or something. But it doesn't happen when
Yeah,
I'm on
that
the
makes
PC.
Are you using like any type of like stream service or anything like that to figure out where everything's coming from and going to?
I'm using OBS,
Oh, okay, good. All right, you're good then. You'll figure it out.
but
I was gonna
mean,
be like, you should try OBS, but you already know. It's all good.
yeah, some of it has to do with just I think it's too many things close together. Like if I was just doing one camera with only one
Mhm.
audio source around, and not trying to even when I have it muted, it like has interference. It's weird. So
Get some team foil.
What are you
Map
using
that
as your
shit up.
cameras?
just a cheap 720 right here. It's just a laptop
Mhm.
camera, and this is my telephone that keeps going. Not landscape. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I was just curious. I saw this really cool set. I watch a lot of tech YouTube, and there's this really cool setup. It's a little expensive, but it's like a live stream cam setup where they're all linked to a single source. It's by Logitech, and it's like cool because like you could set up like different cameras in different spots, and it kind of all goes into one source. And like the software that Logitech makes for it takes care of the whole process in just one click.
Yeah, plus
switch.
if it's something
No-
made with
no-
like hardware already to be connected, that's hardwired
Mhm.
and it's like that, that's gonna be well, unless it's wireless. Is it wireless?
It's wireless,
No.
yeah.
But it's made to not interfere with each other and stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah. Trust me, I've had a few issues of my own. I film a lot of my YouTube channels with my phone, and I've had some issues with audio and where it's going.
Yeah, even Wi-Fi, I have to make sure I have more than one Wi-Fi router. So I have to make sure they're on
Mhm.
different wavelengths.
Yeah. Otherwise, you'll soak your network up with, your bandwidth
Yeah, all
up with your own
interference.
stuff. Yep. I'm familiar with that problem. I used to live in an apartment complex that where like everybody was required to have the same internet service provider, and like if you didn't know how to adjust what frequency you were on,
Oh,
that was
yeah.
a nightmare.
There's apps you can just on your phone that'll read the ones around you, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, but this is like this was like 5 years ago. They didn't really have a lot of that going on.
Oh, gotcha. I'm sawing up. I'm ruining a what's this? A Spectrum scope.
A Spectrum.
So
Yep, that's
this
Better
is
not be
gonna
green. Better
a
be
window
red.
here. Is what I'm thinking.
That's
You
funny.
ruining a green one?
No, it's a red one, but it's just a scope.
So I have this theory, right, that the green spectrums will become, I don't know if more valuable, but rarer than Stinger Ravens.
Don't they have them on Amazon for like way too much?
Yeah, but it's like on Amazon for way too much. Like,
Yep.
I'm sure there's a Stinger Raven,
Oh,
Raven
it's-
on
it's the
Amazon
five.
for like.
They do have it's the 5-pack. I remember seeing that. It's like a 5-pack of mags, and the Spectrum itself, plus like a pack of waffles for $50.
Oh, what?
I don't think it's that bad of a deal. I just don't
Yeah,
think
it's
it's
not
a
horrible.
good
It's just
deal.
not. Yeah, like you said, not a
Yeah.
great deal.
So can you get it in green? I'm pulling it up right now.
It was in green, but maybe it's not in green anymore. Because actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's red.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. It looks like it's red.
Yeah. Well, not that long ago, it was green.
Is there a way you
They
can,
might have
like,
just
select
switched it over.
color?
We'll see right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's $45. It's close enough. Like I said, I don't think it's that bad of a deal.
Well, yeah, but everybody's like all the rage about the green spectrum, and I bought a shit ton of them just because I was like, these are gonna be popular blasters. I'll wire them up and paint them and throw them out the door. And now I'm holding on to them. I'm hoarding them like a dragon, you know? It's like
Yeah.
everybody's
Yeah.
asking for them and stuff like that. And you know, whenever they go in stock at Walmart, they're either refunded or glitched out and stuff like that. And now we get the blue ones too, the Singapore blue one.
Yeah.
Which,
Actually, it's in the UK that way too, as far as what I'm seeing. It's pretty much just anywhere that's not the United States that has them.
Interesting. I
Because
wonder if
the
I can
first-
get Rainbow to import me one just so I can be like posh about it.
Yeah, I mean, the first person that I saw to post about it was actually not from Singapore. It was in the UK.
Louis was asking, is the green Dart Zone available on the Dart Zone site?
Good question. What's that?
Where did I put my toolbox?
That was a good question. But does the Dart Zone site sell direct the blasters that they sell other places? I thought they didn't.
Sometimes. It depends on what it is, I think. I think they have some stuff. Maybe just accessories.
Oh. Okay, so
Yeah, I
you can
know
get them in Europe for the normal price, like 25 euros. I don't know what site this is. Oh, Blaster Time sells them, I guess. Interesting. And you can get green ones in the EU. Let me see if you can get them shipped to like the US for not an arm and a leg.
Where are my snips?
Oh wow. Blaster Time has some good sales. Shout out Blaster Time. Okay, so I'm just gonna add it
we're
to
all
my cart.
shopping.
Yeah, no. Friday night shopping spree.
Yeah, honestly, that's something I would totally watch. Like if it didn't, since it doesn't already exist. Just like
Okay, so
Nerf shopping.
shipping is $30 essentially, so the total comes to about 55 euros, which probably exchanges to I don't know, too much. That's what it exchanges to.
Too much,
Too
yeah.
much. So
Let's see.
I mean, if you really want it, $50 is not bad.
Okay, so it's probably about
Walmart.
$60 then.
Yeah, Walmart, it's out of stock.
I think Walmart's been out of stock. So annoying when they leave those
Yeah.
out of stock posts or listings.
Yeah, so it'd be 55. You said it was euros.
Yeah,
50.
55 euros.
So that right now that's $57.96.
Yeah, I mean,
I think if you
want a
went
green one.
on multiples, yeah, if you went on multiples, the shipping probably wouldn't be as bad per unit.
Yeah, probably, but it's like, how bad do you
Like a
really
group
want
buy?
them, you know?
Yeah, honestly, I kind of want the other one more, the EU one.
The blue one?
I didn't know there was
Yeah,
a
the blue one, the
Oh,
one that
these
like
are
matches
cool.
with all. The one that matches with pretty much everything else that they do. I don't even understand how, you know. Well, I mean, it's because it's under Dart Zone versus Avenger Force. I get it.
It's a batch type thing. It's like a batch release type thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because like they're not gonna license every LLC in every country. There are these really cool grenades that I've never seen before. These little like foam Dart Zone grenades that are pretty sweet looking. Pack of like I'm on eBay now, just fucking around. Bought of 12.
I'm
Oh, they got light
telling.
too. Yeah.
Can you guys still hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dude, I cannot find snips, my little mini snips. And I'm like, that is the most
I have
useful
like
thing.
70 pairs from all the different printers that I bought.
Yeah, I think I should have bought like 2 or 3 packs of them. I got the pliers.
I'm on the third page and I can't find anything. So
Yeah, I think most of the green ones. Maybe there wasn't that many of them. Because they were kind of prevalent during when production was low during the pandemic.
I think it's interesting. They continue to put out green blasters with the same plastic. I don't know. I don't know enough about like molding and stuff like that, but it just seems like I don't know. You can also create market scarcity by doing stuff like that, and green is more of an Adventure Force color. Not really any of their like Pro line colors or anything like that. So
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a happen chance to plastic they invest in. Like, what was that one? Dual mag blaster. That one's blue, right? And then a blue
Yeah,
Spectrum
the
comes out.
Vulcanator. Yeah, so basically, like what Jade was talking about, the like the batch, like the
Yeah.
plastic based on the batches that they're doing.
I just invited my girl to watch the stream, and she's like, "Oh my god, I recognize that desk," and I'm like, "I don't think you do." Because it's Danny and fuck, shit.
You can say Callie.
I don't want to say Callie though. I like literally cannot switch these 2 letters. Kale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kale.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that your real name or is that like?
Yeah, that's my real name. It's short for
cool.
Kalen.
Oh, okay, that makes like way more sense. If it had a K,
Yeah.
I would never get it wrong.
Fair enough, but yeah, it's Irish.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. For me, the name Kalen is like way too close to Caitlin. So growing up, I was kind of like, I don't really like my name. And so, yeah, I don't know. At some point, one of my friends started calling me Kale, and it stuck.
So this window I just cut is not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It's too big.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to put it on the motor side here. So I don't even know what this is. Let me see if I can pick this up on camera. It's got like a little target design on it here.
I can kind of see it, yeah.
No, you can't.
It looks almost like a little... It almost looks like kind of like that little Captain Xavier X looking thing.
It came from...
like, I can see it. It has like...
a Titan piece. Something on the Titan. I can't even put something behind it so you can see
something
it.
on Yeah,
Nah, my camera sucks.
that's way worse. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was actually.
But anyways, that was gonna go
I could
here,
see it the first time you brought it up.
and there was gonna be a window here, so I was gonna make my own little custom mini window. But
Did
it
you ever try
goes.
3D printing?
What's that?
Did you ever try 3D printing, Danny?
I don't have a 3D printer, no. Not beyond having something printed at the library.
Interesting.
Where are you guys going where these libraries have 3D printers? Because that's just, I've never even seen that.
All the libraries around me have 3D printers. You can just send them an STL.
Yeah, a
That's
lot of
cool, I
libraries
wish-
up here have 3D printers now. They're like shit though. It's like a MakerBot, which is I wouldn't even consider that a 3D printer at this point. Like
Yeah, most of them are
MakerBots
not
are
very
garbage.
dialed in.
Yeah. Proprietary
I mean, I guess-
slicers is how you know. That's how you know. Oh,
But,
maybe I can
I've
set up a
gotten
Lydia
in
cam.
functional pieces. So, I mean, I was able to use everything that's printed so far, but they're not always pretty.
Yeah, they're not pretty. Oh, speaking of, what the hell is this?
I don't know how I'm going to ink these wheels off. I'm going to ink the wheels off of
Give me a second.
this cage. There's only like one access. Fun.
All right, so
I'm
okay,
gonna give,
so
go ahead.
a while back, I was telling you, Danny, and a couple other people, the group in general, that I was going to show you guys something special. This is not the something special. This is the precursor to the something special. Okay, because you can see this is a Val M, right, from Black Raisins. So this is the fully Delrin version of the Valkyrie. And this is like my primary. I took it to, the Darts on Pro Tour. I use it all the time. I love this thing. But it takes reverse angle Talon maps, right? So let me see if I have one. Here. Yeah. But it has to be loaded backwards, right? Because it goes this way. So there are other blasters like, the Phoenix or whatever that take these mags, but none of them take it backwards until the UMP Griffin, right? So I talked that. What?
The Talon Claw Bullpup angled version took them backwards too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing in the like sidearm size is what I meant.
Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense.
So this is like a primary versus a I shouldn't say this is like a sidearm per se, but it's a flywheeler. But the Valkyrie isn't really part of an ecosystem because if you like you mentioned, there is another primary that takes it, but there's nothing you could do with it with your mag. So if you swap the weapons, you'd be kind of SOL. So what this is right here is a UMP Griffin, but with I don't know if you can see that. You're not gonna be able to see that. You see it? You see what that is?
Oh, I'm coming. I don't even see you on camera right now, to be honest.
I've lost audio.
Really?
I'm trying to correct it.
Oh, okay. All right.
I might just be lagging, to be honest, but I do have a question about the UMP Griffin. While we're waiting for that to get fixed.
Yeah, I'm listening.
First of all, did you build it yourself?
No, I did not. I don't have a 3D printer.
Okay. I was just curious. I recently did an NT5, which are very popular right now.
All right.
My thoughts on it are it's very cool. The person who built it for me,
Great. Now I lost audio on you guys on the YouTube. And now you can only hear me. Just 1 second. Yeah, you can talk all the shit you want now.
I have nothing to say. Well, I have a ton of things to say, but you know,
Now I lost audio on you guys on YouTube.
yeah, the MP5 Griffin was a bitch to build. It just is like, it's one of those things where
Okay.
it was like with the Lydia, you're so cute. The UMP Griffin, it seems
Great.
to be
Now my body.
more of a complete build.
Y'all can hear me?
and- Yep.
I can hear you, yeah.
The MP5 seems to just have too many people that have touched it. Lydia,
Yeah.
Lydia, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. People are, I mean, it's cool that people are making all these remixes, but like you get to this point where like you've remixed this singular thing so far past what it was that at some point you gotta realize that there are like problems that are going to come up from not just redesigning a blaster around a feature as opposed to just trying to make a blaster that doesn't have it now.
Well, I think it's even more than that with this specific one. I think it's like a lot of like really good community designers, and they did a really good job with it. And if you have good print tolerances and know how to like scale a couple different things, you can get a pretty good fitting one. But
Great. Crap. Can you guys hear me? Am I getting audio to you guys? Okay. I'm having all sorts of audio problems going to the YouTube. That's my issue right now. Y'all can keep talking while I mess with it. Okay, you're coming through my headphones. Are you coming through the... I'm having all sorts of audio problems going to YouTube. That's my y'all can keep talking while I mess with it. Yeah. Hold on, I'm about to put y'all back on. Where?
Okay, so the audio on Discord is okay. And I'm testing the audio on YouTube by muting audio on Discord. And those are very high pitched, keep feedback going on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's like it's not just silent, it's screaming.
Oh, yeah, that's worse. It's not like, oh, like there's a problem. There's like, yeah, that's bad.
There's an
Is it
aggressive
feedback now?
issue.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute Discord now and go back to YouTube to see.
I think Andrew just said he's about to join.
Oh, now there's like this crazy echo on YouTube. Oh my god!
Turn off one of your cams. Like boot one of the bots from the chat.
Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Okay. It's still echoing. Speakers, headphones. All right, say something. Oh my god! Something. That's no good. All right, let me see. Say something again. Still echoing. Say something. All right. Let's see. Say something again.
My name's so and so from so and so, and I'm like, I have no idea who you are. I'm so sorry. Like, I wish I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's also
That's
just
fair.
like a lot. I'm seeing like a lot of the people like in person. I have either like I have like had issues with or like all that kind of shit. It's like we're not hidden behind keyboards anymore. This is real life. We're all here. It's crazy. Super weird.
Yeah.
They should have been handing out deodorant at FoamCon.
Oh yeah. That's with any con, like.
Nah, there was
my
like a
God,
couple
I think
booths
I made it
specifically
worse.
that I was like,
What is going on?
oh no.
I'll be right back, guys.
No worries. Oh yeah. That's with any con, like. There was like a couple specifically that I was like, what is going on? Like, oh no. I'll be right back, guys.
Because some like Karen lady was like, I don't like these kids with their guns out in the park, and so we weren't allowed to play there. So I had to like find a new venue, and it took the better part of a year. And also like I got to run the business, which is constantly growing too. So, but we finally found a venue right at the end of the year. So I'm trying to like scramble something together.
Well, that's good. Yeah, you
Sometimes
can't play without a venue, unfortunately.
yeah, I mean, like we could always just go to like a different public park, but now we have like private lands that we can just like do whatever the fuck we want with. Like HPA, we're not gonna do HPA probably, but it's like nobody can tell us to leave if they're having an issue because they don't own the property. So it's
Right.
big
Yeah.
win.
Yeah, that's definitely a win. Luckily, we actually have the reverse problem in California, especially in Southern California. Is like all of our venues. Oh, I can hear our audio from earlier.
Danny,
He's listening to the YouTube.
I don't think you can hear us.
He doesn't have headphones on. He's gonna notice in about 3 seconds here.
I'm trying to. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
there
I
you go.
can't hear you guys.
Yeah.
Dude, this is like super annoying.
The YouTube audio is playing over, but it seems fine now, I think. Or we've just been quiet for so long and it's catching up.
That's probably what's happening. Oh. Yeah, we have the reverse problem in California where we need the inside venues during summer because it's really hot and people just like, die. And so we have to have, we can do outside venues during the winter. So, we're going more to do like takeovers of our local like paintball and airsoft fields. We did an event at N1 Airsoft, which was actually really fun. It's one we've never done before. That was pretty cool. And then we go to Jungle Island. Like every couple months, we do a takeover.
That's super
And that
cool.
one's pretty cool. Yeah.
We have some
Actually,
really good indoor venues around here, like
God.
airsoft places and stuff like that.
Yeah. I want to do more indoor venues just because it'd be, I don't know, fun. We did a parkour gym once. That was pretty cool. We did an event at N1 Airsoft, which was actually really hard to play at, though. Now I can't tell who can hear who.
I can hear everybody, and sometimes I get really fucking creepy messages.
All right. So, can you guys hear me right now?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
we're good. I think we're good.
It sounds echoey on YouTube. So something's definitely changed. I don't know what the heck has happened. Like, I don't know why it just... But I'm actually listening to you. I can't hear you through my headphones because if I do that, it takes you off the YouTube audio for some reason. So I'm actually listening
That's
to you
weird.
from the TV in front of me.
Oh, from YouTube?
No, I have a display out to the television.
Got it.
Just so I can check the audio. So I don't have speakers on the laptop.
Got it.
But anyways,
got a hard wire in.
Yeah. I wonder if I should just check. I don't have any hardwired stuff down here.
Oh no.
Let's see, how's the audio? As long as I'm not getting like a super crazy thing on YouTube. Well, see, the YouTube audio is coming in great now, so I don't want to change anything.
Problem solved. I guess. Well, maybe.
Yeah, but back to the California thing. That's actually really interesting. I forget how hot it gets out there for you guys. We have sometime we did this once, but I can imagine people have done this before. We so when you play in really cold temperatures, like when we do frozen foam and stuff like that, uh, the dart shrinks enough to make it so they fall out of 509 barrels and stuff like that, which is pretty incredible. So what we do is we leave the dart bucket in like a car or something like that that's running, so that the darts stay nice and warm.
That's really funny because we do the opposite. We keep them in a cooler so that they don't get all squishy and jam up our springers.
Wow, that's actually super interesting. We definitely needed some of that at APOC over the past year. It was like 100 fucking degrees there.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, it doesn't bode well. Well, I got you here though. I have a question. It's about your star.
My scar.
Yes, your star. Actually, you gave this to me at PhoneCon. And
Oh shit! All right, so I did actually like interact with you. Jesus Christ, I'm so bad. Dude.
Yeah. Yeah, so you gave this to me at PhoneCon. And I was a little bit confused because what barrel size is it designed for?
So
Outer diameter.
what size are you trying to put it on?
16 millimeter.
It's designed for the 527/509 size, but I haven't had any issues with it fitting on a lot of them. What I have seen people do is like melt down the bottom of them a little bit and squish it, and so it like creates a better seal if you're going for that friction fit. But are you having too big issues or too small issues?
Too small. It cannot fit at all.
Dang. What blast are you trying to get it on?
Well, all the blasters use the same barrel. They're just a Curiaca barrel.
Oh, mine fits perfectly in Curiaca's. Did you take a hobby knife and like ream out the inner? There's like a ridge on the inside that you're supposed to ream out so you can fit it.
I was gonna ask that.
Yeah, ream that out, then push it on.
Got it. Okay, cool.
It should be a good friction fit.
Solid. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do that, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna ask at some point, and I always forget because the one that I normally use is the Andromeda Scar from that Eli made, and so I was thinking about using this on like another like blaster, but I haven't really needed to, just because that one unclips. It has like a little hinge clip to tighten and untighten, so it can go on anything. But it would be nice to just like, use some other stuff, kind of test, because that's a bearing scar, and I kind of want to have like different options, kind of like test stuff, and I felt like it would be a good topic for a video. Well, I also didn't want to damage it.
Yeah, I totally get that. If you did damage it, I could have just saying another one.
Fair enough. I try to be I'm not the type to be like, hey, I messed this up. Can you send me another? But
yeah, no, you should be able to just like friction fit that on, just by trimming that down a little bit. I should I think it might be in the description, but like obviously you didn't get the you didn't get it through the Etsy page. You might have not seen that, and I might have not added it to be honest. Looks like Andrew's queuing up.
Yeah.
I'm having the worst time with this damn audio. Oh, it was working fine. Let's see. I think you guys still sound a little echoey.
I'm seeing the edge of the camera, so it looks like okay, Coca-Cola. The edge of a keyboard. Oh, my man.
Oh, this is so annoying. Oh. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out how to get my audio and your audio to work on YouTube. I'm having that issue again. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out how to get my audio and your audio to work on YouTube. I'm having that issue again.
Focus, but that is a custom little Band Blasters logo right there because Adam made this for me.
Adam's the shit. I love Adam.
Yeah, I know he's the
Adam's
coolest.
a good fucking guy. I feel so bad. Adam's always like texting me at like 2 in the morning, and he's like, "I'm very tired, Gabe, but I shipped your stuff for you," and I'm like, "Thank you. Please go to sleep." Holy shit.
You know the story
Yeah.
behind the Griffin cage, right?
The original Griffin cage, like you mean the
No,
one that
the Band Blaster.
Oh yeah. Didn't you ask him for that?
Well, basically what happened was he had reached out to us or to me, and he had said, "Hey, do you guys want some fancy cages for your Mark IIIs?" And I think I'm like the only one that's like a DZ fanboy on our team or whatever. I was like, well, I'm the only one that really runs a Mark III, but everyone's starting to run Griffins, you know. So like, if you were able to come up with a cage for the Griffin, that would be awesome. So him
I'll be right back, guys.
and we ended up creating a group chat, and then him and just testing, and I think we did like 2 prototypes before we started actually like getting to that 200 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment that we got it, we're like, yeah, don't share it with anyone except us.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
funny.
so he ended up, he was like, yeah, I'll release it after the tournament or whatever. So we ended up with those first Griffins. I showed them off at FoamCon as well as a teaser. I'm not sure if it's
Yeah.
You have a photo of me holding one.
yeah, because we were really excited about it. And then yeah,
I didn't know those were the first.
Yeah, those were literally the first ones. He sent us like 6 or 7 sets, a couple replacements, just in case something happened on site. But yeah, that's how that thing came about. But what I was gonna say is Adam's so awesome. Like you'll just ask him, "Hey, do you think you can make a cage for yada yada yada?" And like the next thing you know, he's like shooting out 350 FPS dual stage Griffin cages. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's super cool. I had reached out to him about the stuff with the channel. Like obviously before Foam Pro Tournament, because I ran a Banshee cage at Q3 as my backup.
What blaster?
The Mark III.
Okay, yeah, they're so good.
Yeah, they're so good. And I was like, oh yeah, this thing's like killer. I love it, blah, blah. And so I was looking for something to go with the Val M because by the time we got to Q4, I had just got the Val M. And I was like, I'm just going to get it to review. I'm not going to run it at like, and I kept telling all my teammates, I was like, I'm not going to run it because, it runs reverse angle Talon mags. Nobody anywhere is running reverse angle Talon mags in the primary. And next thing I know, I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not letting go of this blaster. I'm using this. And so when I got back from Foam Pro Tournament, I was like, I need to find something to kind of be in the ecosystem for this. And I found the UMP Griffin. And I was like, Griffin is cool, but I really like my Banshee cage. And I ended up reaching out to him after that. And then he was like, if that's really what you want, okay, well, I'll take a look at it.
That's awesome.
And then Eli was a little, like, not really salty with me, but jokingly salty with me because I had reached out about that. And then he's like, what do you mean? You're going to run a flywheel and it's not going to be momentum? And I was like, what do you mean? I can have a momentum? I have that option? So,
yeah, we're waiting for the momentum.
Yeah, we're all biting our nails. Actually, yeah, I had the momentum and stuff, but he asked me to wait to release the video until it's actually available.
Makes sense.
How much are those going to run for? I've heard
tell you that part.
Many things. Like, do you know when you can't tell me, or do you don't know?
No. I genuinely don't know the retail price of it, and what I had put in the video.
I've heard around $650. That's what I've heard around.
I don't know. I don't think so. If I'm guessing, keep in mind I have no extra information that anybody else has. If I'm guessing that they're going to want to get it around the $400 mark.
Testing.
Who said testing?
That sounds like Danny.
That's not how you do that, guys. What?
Yeah, you have to say testing, 1, 2, 3. I didn't hear you, but I saw that.
Yeah. There's your 1. You just need the 2, 3 now.
So who here ended up getting Tomcats?
Not me.
The audio's fixed. Can you guys hear
me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, everybody's coming in. Now I'm using the microphone from this camera, and I've got my Bluetooth hooked up to this. Yeah, it's working. Don't
working.
ask.
That's funny.
I know Danny got some Tomcats.
I got 2, but I have one to a clubmate. You met him maybe at the Fredericksburg Foam War earlier in the summer in June or something.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah, he had just missed a sale. He was trying to get Tomcat, and he was trying to get the free shipping. So he was just getting one Tomcat, and he's looking around to add stuff to his cart, and he came back to his cart, and it said, some of your items are no longer available.
No.
So I'm like, well, I got 2, dude, and I already have one. I'm not returning it, so I can live with having 2. I didn't need a third one. So I'm like, give me $8 whenever you drop by. So let him have one.
That was nice of you. That's very, whatchamacallit, very generous during the holiday season.
Yeah, and he's not he's definitely very frugal like I am. Maybe even more frugal probably actually than I am. So I'm like, oh, dude, it probably killed him to miss that sale. So I'm like, I don't need it. I just bought it because there was a crazy sale going on. Somebody messed up.
Yeah.
Just a quick reminder to those who are watching, please give it a share, you know, if you can, on your favorite Nerf blaster pages and such. You know, spread the word.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all.
Help Danny's channel. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think some of it too. I might get more views sometimes than I do people actually subscribing, and that's fine too, as long as they're viewing and getting something out of it. But it does
Like
help the
Kale's
channel grow,
channel.
having more subscribers at that point.
Gets plenty of views, not that many subscribers. Like I get way less views, but plenty of subscribers.
Yeah.
Wait. One more time.
Remember the other day when we were talking about that? Oh, I'm gonna do that thing for you right now. I'm gonna do it right now. Text me
Are you
Okay.
still
that
talking
information.
about that?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I've been busy, but we were talking about this, and I was like, send me your YouTube channel, because people reach out to me all the time, being like, oh, you know, I wanna like send me free shit, and I'm like, what size is your channel? And they'll have like 30 subscribers or something, and I can't work with that, you know. But you obviously are like a person, and I've met you and stuff like that, or at least I thought I had met you. That's why I asked Danny. But I just was like, oh, you know, you're getting like 1K plus views on each of your videos, but you only have like around, you know, I think like 200-300 subscribers, and it's just like I don't typically get that many views on my videos. I usually get like a quarter of that, and then I have
Mhm.
like triple your subscribers, which is just like an interesting demographic, you know.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, the thing is like one, I'm very new to the scene, so I don't expect like I know that nobody knows really like my channel. Actually, I'm very surprised at the amount of people that I've like talked to about something, and then they're like, "Oh, actually, I've seen your stuff," and I'm like, "You have? Since when? It's only been out for like a month, you know, and stuff." But yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I'm good at making thumbnails.
yeah, your promo
People
code
have,
is going to be Cali if you don't tell me what you want.
I did tell you.
What is it?
Oh, just my username, King of Games. All
Oh,
no spaces.
okay. I don't know if I
I
can
did
make it
message
that
that.
long.
Hopefully you
But
can.
yes, I can. It's King of Games 10. I have to put the 10 at the back. But
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, I recorded the video. I'll fix it. I'll make a graphic about it.
yeah, just put a little like thing in there. Sorry, Etsy makes me put a number in there to differentiate them. But it's live as of right now.
Cool. I appreciate that. And now that I know what
No
it is,
problem.
I'll go back and fix it in the video real quick. I'll just make a graphic about it. I actually wasn't sure if you were going to be able to make it King of Games, so I think I have another version I recorded, just like a little snippet where I was like, "Oh, and this is my code," and I just point somewhere on the screen. So I think I'll be able to use that.
Oh, okay.
I'll double check. It should be fine.
I don't know how I'm supposed to get these dang wheels off. I'm trying to work on your blaster, Andrew. And I'm like looking at these wheels in the Griffin cage, and I'm like, dude, there's no access to get wheels off of this cage. And I'm just trying to think of ways. I'm using it. This is a zip tie in here right now. I'm trying to tease in here to try to be able to pull it out, but that's not really working.
What wheels are you taking off what cage?
It's you had the Band Blasters wheels on this Griffin cage, I think you told me, and then you have the Strife you gave me, and the Strife has the can't remember. The Strife has a Band Blasters cage in it, but you replaced the wheels in it.
That sounds right.
So I mean,
or no, maybe the wheels. No, maybe the wheels are. There's no motors to them. They're probably Kraken motors.
But there's
Does that sound
wheels.
Right?
Everything.
Maybe
everything
I should
I'm
look at
Those would be
right
Band Blaster wheels.
In the
those
Strife.
are Band Blasters wheels. Those are.
Yeah, this is a Griffin cage, though. I think, right?
That's a Griffin cage, and everything in that I can see looks like it's Band Blasters. I saw the little Band Blasters logo on the side of the cage. The wheels are definitely Band Blasters based size. And
The
then
question is, Kale, is he gave me this. I don't know what's inside of this because this is what we're. I think we
I'm
have a
pretty
Band
sure.
Blasters cage in here.
I'm
We'll
pretty
open
sure
it.
it's the cage, the wheels, and then Kraken motors. Because I didn't have Band Blaster motor. An extra set.
So I just need them.
That's why.
I might have Band
Why?
Blasters motors.
Yo, I'm working on my own motors. They're gonna be called Lydia's. We're working with this
Nice.
Chinese company.
That's sick.
I approve of the name.
They're gonna be like Valkyrie competitors, so like expect that kind of performance out of the 130s. But 3S, 38,000 RPM. I'm gonna see if I can
That's
get
pretty cool.
Lydia's face engraved. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait.
I've got some.
Nice.
These might be the
Nice.
loud ones, though. Do you care?
Oh, the 7200s or what?
No. He had a batch come in that had higher torque, but he didn't like them because they were louder a little bit.
I
These
didn't.
They
I
say
didn't know.
42 on them, so those are the newer batches.
Got it.
I feel like we tried those and we didn't really notice any significant.
Sound difference.
Yeah. I don't care honestly
They're all-
myself.
Well, then cool. I'm just
They're
going to use
already
this.
loud as it is.
It's,
I find them very balanced.
I think that's
though.
part of the fun.
It's,
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why it's called the Banshee because it screams.
Yeah.
But it's not like the worker serrated wheels or something that just sounds like crazy, like vacuum cleaner type sounds.
Yeah, no, it just sounds like a louder version of regular flywheels. I don't know. What are you working on? I see you. Looks like you're sketching something.
I'm editing. I'm editing the Southern Maryland House of Nerf's giving game or
Hey.
event.
Dude, I'm already gonna ask you questions about your setup, but give me a second.
This screwdriver is too big. I think was all my audio problems. I don't think anybody wanted to stay and watch.
Fair enough.
It's funny. It's
I
all
think
fixed now.
my girl might be watching right now, and if she is, that's super
Yeah,
cool.
the audio is
but-
excellent now. The audio is excellent now. No.
Yeah.
I was getting a weird stadium thing going on for a little while. It's driving me nuts.
Moving some stuff over so I can.
So did you talk about, since we were talking about the Tomcat, what comes in Foamdemic's Tomcat kit or what you have?
Oh, good
For that?
call, Andrew.
That is a good thing. Hold on 1 second. I'm just looking at something real quick. Shit.
Can we agree that the Tomcat might be up for Blaster of the Year as a result of the $8 Tomcat?
Probably, yeah. Okay, so in my kit, it's super simple. You just get everything you need. You don't get any of this extra bullshit that other people are like trying to add and stuff like that. It's just the adapter, the 2 side plates that you need, printed in PLA Plus. By the way, it's the first place I'm publicly mentioning this, but I'm going to be switching basically the entire shop over to PETG in the near future. So I guess look forward to that. But yeah, so that's going to be a really good thing. And
PLA Plus is really good stuff, though.
so the main difference between I'm going to
PLA.
have both available. I'm going to have the PETG versions and the PLA versions, the PLA Plus versions. The PETG is a little bit of a softer material. It can sometimes even be more brittle, but it has the temperature resistance that a lot of people are looking for. PLA is a little bit like stronger of a material. It's not as brittle when printed correctly, and it just isn't as what's the word? I want to say elastic. It doesn't have the same elasticity, but that's not really the correct word for what I'm trying to say. In my opinion, I love me some Pet G blasters, but I will always make all my own personal blasters out of PLA. But I think Pet G is a really good option, and now that I have a really good setup for making all of those blasters and printing with the higher strength materials, I can finally offer that, and I think it's going to be a really fun thing.
Very cool.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
there's not too many people that offer that Tomcat mag adapter either, and I think you're the cheapest one.
Yeah, I try to be. You know, I see a lot of people like just jacking prices for 3D printed parts, and like I have a super simple way that I figure out my my prices and stuff like that. It's $1 per hour of printing, and that's it. There's nothing extra. There's no like complex math to be done. Like for every hour it takes to print, that's $1 on the price tag. Obviously, if there's hardware and other things, then you know that's its own situation. But pretty easy to figure out.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's actually how we got to the point where your pricing is also how we got to our conversation about the upcoming video, because you know, no spoilers on what the blaster is, but you know, finding a completed blaster under $100 is a challenge, to say the least.
Wait, which video?
The one that, well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but it's coming out tonight.
Oh, you mean
The one that I.
Okay, yeah, no, I got you. I got you.
But yeah, my whole thing was like on the last episode I featured the SBL, and you know, the guys were joking because I gave them a little sneak peek at my local club of the video, and I was like, oh hey, check it out, you know, this is some of the stuff that's going on, and they're like, wait, is that the SBL on there? There's no way the SBL is under $50, like, you know, and I was like, true, but the hardware kit is under $50, so
Where?
on Gavin's Etsy. It's under $50 right now. It's $48.33. You didn't even...
Oh, you're saying
I sent you the video.
FDL. I thought you were saying FDL, and I was like, what? Who's smoking something? I thought you were saying FDL.
Oh, no.
$50 FDL.
Yeah.
Like $50 FDL, sign me right up. Absolutely.
No, I think they would. It was a little more involved in a hardware kit for something like that, because you got the motors and stuff like that. But no, I mean, it's a good price. It was over $50 before the holiday sale. So, and it's just kind of like the whole point of that video series was to kind of cover a range of people. But basically, it's just like what would we want as gifts? So like, this isn't a video necessarily for the average like nerfer. This is more of like the video the average nerfer takes to their parents or their friends or their family and says, "Buy me something off this list. You want a good idea? Go over here and look at this."
That's a good video.
Yeah, I most of my stuff is catered very heavily to like people in the hobby. I'm like talking about the tournament rules and other stuff like that. But this one is like, this is for you to grab and take somewhere else and give to someone else and make it very easily consumable for someone who's not in the hobby.
But you're talking about the gift video?
Yeah, the gift guide. So the part 2 came out.
Yeah.
So I did the $10 one. The $50 one just dropped a couple days ago, and tonight I'm dropping the $100 one. And so the discount code that Jade and I were talking about, which I don't have any problem like sharing it early or whatever, but I just wanted it to be the right code that I start giving people, so I didn't want to say anything about what it was, and then they go there and it's like, you know. But basically, there's a blaster.
Jumping the gun.
Yeah, exactly. And so I wanted to make sure the code was right before I share it with anybody.
Dude, that brings the price down quite a bit. That brings it to like a fucking ridiculously good deal, I have to say.
Yeah,
Like,
it should
85 bucks, I think. But
yeah, roughly. Quick question.
I'm intrigued.
Is it? I should clarify, because I've had this question before. Is it for your shop as an entirety, or is it just for that item?
You said just for that item. I can we can maybe do that in the future if you want.
Cool. Yeah. If whenever possible, I like to make it across the shop, just because we can kind of continue to, like, if we have anything else we do, it's just one code all the time. They know and they use it, and etc. If that's okay with you. But
yeah, let's see how this one goes, and then we can like transfer over to that. I just made the sale, so I guess I might be able to change it. There are some things.
if there's something that are probably like 10%, like you can't really do a discount on.
Yeah, like I probably won't include like B variants because that's like actually a lot of money. Or anything like
For
that.
sure.
Let me,
Yeah.
I sell like 300 fucking items, which is a lot of items. Let me
That's-
pull that back
that's
up
fair.
and see if I can do it.
Yeah. Just let me know. A good thing, again, the video hasn't dropped yet. So that's why I wanted to kind of be on the same page. So like, for instance, with Band Blasters, my code is 10% across their shop. It doesn't matter what they buy. I personally like to do stuff like that because I don't know if you could tell, but I'm a business major. And so the way I look at it is like about conversions. So if they go to your shop and see the one thing I recommend, and then they see something else they like, then they're still incentivized to buy from you if they get a discount on that as well. That's kind of my thought process.
I'm gonna add basically everything that I can. There's a couple things. There was a while where I was offering like there was just like an Etsy glitch where people could redeem 2 codes at once, and they were getting like any $5 and under product for free basically, and that was not ideal, but it was fine. But
yeah, and I don't want it to be any issues for you. Like, so like if you have to make exclusions or things like that, I'm not too worried about it.
I'm gonna make 1 or 2 exclusions, but most of these won't ship before the holiday but before Christmas, or they might ship before Christmas, but I can't make any promises that they'll be.
Yeah. I totally understand, and I think people will too. Like I said, this gift guide, they have to weigh out those options when they're choosing these things. I didn't include like for instance, and it's also like depends on like where you live and what you order, but for instance, I didn't include the shipping price of items that were like in the $10 series. Even though, like, if you got it at Target, you would have to pay shipping because I don't know what else they're going to buy with it or what discounts. So I'm just going to give them the price, and then they can factor in the shipping on their own. And same thing with like lead times and stuff. But it's still, as a holiday gift guide, like cool, like Christmas. But then they might be like, you know what? I'm going to get you this for Christmas because it comes in on your birthday's in a couple months. It's like, oh, then they can factor in those things.
That puts Caliburns under $100 in my shop, which is always sweet. I always like to see them go that low.
That's pretty cool too. Honorable mention, Caliburns would also be but I've already recorded it. I don't have.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I actually think your older gen Caliburn and Talon-Claw prices are like ridiculously low.
Dude,
what do they go for?
I'm giving. Like my with this sale, it will be $90 for a Caliburn or Talon-Claw.
Yeah, there's nobody cheaper, and it's a really good quality.
Yeah, I have like a specific machine just for those ones. I'm gonna take the Meganator off of this list and a couple blasters I do not like building.
Meganator is pretty fun though.
I was selling $120 quick for Black Friday and nobody bought one. I was like, what?
God, I didn't even see that. I will.
Nobody got one.
That's freaking crazy.
Nobody got one. I was selling $140 Caliburn V4s too, and 2 people got those.
What are your clicks hitting?
Whatever you want. I can put Band Blasters in them. I can in the stock configuration they're doing like 130 to 150, but Yeah, they're fully customizable. I have a ton of stuff like on hand, ton of different motors and stuff like that. And what are those other things called that we use? Flywheels. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
This is my Foamdemic, baby, and I love it.
That's sick.
I love it.
Yeah.
I can't even see it. I don't even know what it is.
It looks like a Talon Claw?
It's a Talon Claw. It's a
Yeah, it's a
V3.
Talon Claw.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a Talon Claw.
Yeah.
That is I thought that I was gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a really cool gold and emerald looking one, and then I'm like, oh, this is totally mustard and relish.
I like it. I love it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a nice little blaster. I actually just did a really nice custom blaster for. I'm sure some of you guys will recognize this name, but don't tell him. This is a surprise. I'm sure he's not gonna. He kind of knows that this is coming, but you know, I added just a couple stuff and things for him. But here you go. Nice V4 with the Vikinger stock, late Vikinger stock. Gotta love it.
Yeah, very cool. Cool colors.
We have success. Much easier to take
Nice.
out. I've got all sorts of access on the sides on this cage, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Your thing is live again, Kale, by the way, so you're all set.
Okay, sweet. So yeah, I'll fix that. I'll put a little, you know, the thing, some inclusions, but yeah, I've actually got the video like pretty much finished up right here in front of me. I just haven't exported it yet in case we needed to make some of those little changes.
Sweet.
But
Yeah, I gotta upload my quick review. Pretty long review actually. It's not very quick at all, but
your quick review, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I think that's another reason why maybe people are like more apt to work with me on this kind of stuff too, is because I've never asked anybody for something for free. I always ask for something for my viewers instead. And it was cool. Adam was like, you know what? Like, hey, you know, your review was cool. I'll send you a cage for free after that. And I was like, oh, cool, thanks.
yeah, Adam,
I'll never say no.
Super awesome. Gotta love him.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Just a little fun fact. He's actually sponsoring this episode. And the giveaway item is a cage of the winner's choice.
Hey, how many cages does he have now?
Dual stage, Griffin, 300 FPS.
That's
Gonna
I'm
milk
sorry.
it.
In the video, I do explain any single stage because those are. Yeah. But yeah, they get to choose any single stage that they want as the winner.
He's got a modulus
So, pretty cool.
demolisher. I should be getting that soon.
That's cool.
It's a single stage.
He has
I
the
asked,
Raven,
I'm waiting for a double. Yep, he's got the Raven too.
the Stripe, the Spectrum, the DZP, the 3 Griffin variants, not including the dual stage ones.
There's a dual stage Strife Rapid Strike he just did.
Yeah.
That's not a.
That wouldn't
dual
fit.
stage strike hit.
I don't think that's available yet. Yeah.
He showed pictures of it. I think he's sending it to somebody specifically. What are you editing, Andrew?
I'm editing the Southern Maryland House of Nerf Giving event highlight
Nerf
video.
Sweet. Yeah, I want to see that video when you're done. Sweet. I got the wheels off.
I did not. Nice. How'd you do it?
Metal chopsticks. You just kind of prime underneath on both sides and just kind of yank upwards. I hope you don't damage the axle.
Very nice.
Anywho, now I need to find my thread locker.
So what are you actually using to edit? Because I can see clearly you're using some kind of pencil. Stylus.
I'm on Final Cut, and I just use a stylus in place of a mouse. It's a lot more intuitive, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
At one point, think you can use your finger too, but it's not as. Yeah.
So are you
not
using
as
it
good.
on a pad? Like what kind of pad is it?
A Wacom tablet.
Got it.
Yeah. I don't know how I got into it, or I've just always used for Photoshop and stuff too. It's really helpful. So.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Like I use my Apple Pencil for all that kind of stuff, but obviously there's not a whole lot of great solutions for like really good video editing on the iPad. So no pencil options there.
I think Neil uses LumaFusion.
I have LumaFusion. It is good. I do mobile content on there sometimes, but for full length videos where you need graphics, like effects and other stuff like that, it just isn't quite there. But it's really good. Other than that, like if you were doing any short form content, you can do pretty much anything. You can chop it up. You can it's really good.
What kind of effects do you need?
Nothing crazy. It's just like an effects plugin for the what do you call it? For the like the title graphics and all that stuff and the counters and the stuff like that. You just can't use the same packs and stuff. You have to use what's in it, and it's very limited.
Yeah. I'm not sure how Neil does his overlays or anything, but he does like titles and lower thirds and pretty impressive stuff. You never tell that he's just using an iPad, honestly.
Yeah.
So
maybe he just knows the system better. Maybe there's a better way, and I just haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. So might ask him about it actually. Now I'm curious. What do you normally edit on? Are you a Premiere or Vegas?
Yeah.
Or
Premiere,
DaVinci? Premiere.
Yeah, I'm using Premiere, but hear me out. DaVinci is coming to iPad, and I am actually really excited to try it.
Yeah, so I shoot with Blackmagic cinema cameras, and that's basically what DaVinci was created for.
Right.
I guess that's what you use to edit the raw footage from Blackmagic on that specifically, because there's no other NEL. But yeah, no, DaVinci's solid. It wasn't always like that, but it just like basically is almost industry standard at this point. A lot of it is originally was catered towards like color grading and color correction, and so that's really where it excels. But I have I think I have the studio version, but I'm horrible at it. I like Final Cut because it's got a magnetic timeline, everything's streamlined, it's real-time rendering, you don't have to auto-save. Or I'm sorry, you don't have to save it because it has autosave after everything that you do. So I've never lost a project, which I probably will now because I just said that. But
no, you're good because you're not using Premiere Pro.
Yeah, I did use Premiere Pro for a
experience.
while. I used Premiere Pro back in the day, like I'm gonna say like in the 90s or whatever, and that was kind of my go-to. And then when I went to college, they were using Final Cut Pro 2, I think they were on, so it was relatively new. But the industry standard has always been like Avid, the Avid editing system. And I think that's like where Premiere gets a lot of its template from or whatever. So, or
it's structure.
Yeah,
I feel that. That's cool. I already had the Adobe Suite when I got into video editing, and that's because I had it for Lightroom and Photoshop. And so I was just like, I was like, I already have it. If I'm going to jump into video editing, it's free 99. Can't beat it. So now I'm here running a whole channel off of it.
Yeah, no, I
use a freebie program.
I think
you went out for a second.
Audio for a second.
Headset died. That's why.
I can hear you though.
Yeah,
probably
good.
Yeah, he turned it off.
Yeah. What were we talking about?
Video
editing. Yeah, video editing programs.
I forget couldn't have been that important. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Well, I couldn't tell you. You never told
That's
me.
what I was gonna say. Yeah, I just like sharing gameplay footage or just like like what events I'm
Mhm.
going to. Like that's my main
Mm-hmm.
my main thing is just to kind of showcase how fun the hobby can be. So like a lot of my stuff is just highlight videos, POV gameplay footage, or just like if we went to End War, I made a little video for that, and I'm not really into the Blaster reviews. There's much better people to do that than me, so no one wants to hear this dude.
I love you. I love your video. Your videos
Yeah.
are like, it's kind of like, it's like a mini trip, kind of like a cliff notes of what's going on there. But it is also kind of like a little
Yeah.
music video because you always have some nice tunes going on with it, and everything cuts together so nicely. I mean, it's a fun little watch. You don't even know a few minutes pass by.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's very entertaining.
Yeah.
I love it.
No, I find it hilarious the juxtaposition between like playing Nerf and then like playing like hardcore hip hop like in the background.
Yeah.
For the soundtrack. There's just something funny about that to me.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. I always debate throwing in some of my music taste, and I stray away because I think it takes a certain kind of person to like heavy metal, and I just feel like it's getting more accessible. But I don't know if 10-year-old Timmy who happens to pop onto my video because they think the Jurassic Pro at Walmart is cool is ready for it. So I think I'll leave that out for now.
You'd be surprised nowadays. Like,
That's true.
people are always
I know when
talking
I-
about
when I was 10, I
protecting
was
the
like-
children, man. I don't even want to know what I've walked. I can't even tell you guys what I've walked in my son doing before. So
Yeah.
every day's
Yeah.
a surprise, man. I'm like, I don't have to protect the children, man. I need some protection from the children.
Yep. There's a lot out there.
Yeah, it's my fault. I didn't censor his internet. Did Jay drop off?
That's
Just
definitely.
Andrew dropped off.
No, I'm just
Yeah, it
being
looks like
quiet right
Andrew is.
now.
Oh,
It looks
what's
like I'm
going on
getting
with
banned from
Lydia?
a couple
Lydia's
more
like
groups.
drugged and comatose.
She actually is drugged and comatose. She had a bunch of catnip before you got on, and now
Oh, see, I know the look. I knew it. Be right back. I need to grab channel
she's a
one.
sleepy baby. Sleeping on
Is that a burrito?
baby.
What is the plush toy next to her?
Oh, the boba tea plush.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, I guess I'm getting banned from more groups right now. People are that Pierre guy is going around telling people all kinds of shit. I love it.
What other groups could you get banned from that would listen to him?
I don't know, dude. Like,
It has been banned from every group.
I have been banned from fucking so much shit all the time. People like don't do their research, and they'll just hear like, "Oh, Jade like was showing child porn or like showing her dick to children." It's like, what? Obviously, I didn't fucking do that, but nobody cares enough to like actually look into what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. I really liked that group, but holy shit, they were apparently really bad. I don't understand. I think the confusing part is like there are people like us, who are like community members. You guys are all like healthy adults and stuff like that, and like none of us
Yeah,
are in control.
You're using the word healthy very loosely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I
like
was thinking the
compared to
same
these
thing.
guys who are clearly not
And
healthy
adults.
adults, like. I just don't understand how they have like all the really big popular Facebook groups. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Nerf Modders Welcome is pretty all right, but that other one, Nerf Mods Learning Buy Sell Trade, is just like ran by the worst people. Well, now that Danny's not there, some of the worst people. There are some very redeemable, very nice people on their staff team that I am very thankful for, but most of them are just terrible. So
Yeah,
it is what it is.
it's it is what it is. Admins are gonna be admins, and some of them are just kind of
Yeah.
narcissistic. It's just you know who knows. And then like the whole thing is just the admin there, he wasn't really paying attention to everything going on the page, and but
Yeah,
at the
there's some
same
like
time
obvious bigotry too.
he's not willing
Let
to
me leave that
relinquish
at.
control, or like it's just kind of I don't know. I didn't really want to get too many specifics onto it because it starts delving into too many other negative things. But I'm okay with being gone because I started off tinkering in a garage by myself. Didn't even know if anybody else was doing this stuff. So
We're
there's
gonna
so
make
many-
you FC staff soon once I like get around to actually doing that. So
sweet.
if you want to be, of course. I'm not gonna be like, you have to work for me. Do it. No, I'm joking.
And you know me, I'm fair and I'm objective, and I try
Yeah,
to
of course.
work and compromise and and do what's right.
That's why I got like Chris and Jimmy on there. They're like smart guys. They know what's up. They know who's like potentially a bad egg and stuff like that. And they're willing to compromise with people. But yeah, gotta keep the community safe.
Yeah. I don't know what groups, that you're having problems with. I haven't seen anything else besides what I saw.
Well, the post got removed by Facebook. The 2 posts that he's made got taken down because like a shit ton of people reported them. So that was obviously a good thing, but I mean, like in the stream team chat, you can check out all of the fun drama. Or if you go to my Facebook page, I made a big post that kind of details and gives context to a lot of the screenshots that he's sharing, which out of context make me look like an asshole. But he said some like really derogatory things and a lot of like whistleblower type stuff, and like I'm not anti-trans, I'm just pro-family, stuff like that. It's just like, what are you doing, bro? Stop. But it is what it is. It's another day,
Yeah.
Drove a lot of attention to my Etsy store, so I can't complain too much, But also just like for whoever's watching, I just want to like to give a big huge shout out to the community on this one. Like y'all really fucking have my back, and it really just means the world. Like for y'all to like stick your necks out and either leave that group or voice your opinions there, knowing that you might get banned and stuff like that. It means a lot, not only to me but a lot of the trans LGBTQ and all that kind of stuff. Community in the scene and just in general. So thank you guys.
It was crazy because he ended up banning like a whole bunch of really nice, good modders too.
Yeah.
It was so crazy. I'm like, where are you gonna get
Tons of
content
people
from?
were messaging
You
me.
just like ban like all the best modders on that page because they commented against you. At least that's what he said.
Somebody,
he was doing.
Mayo, like just angry reacted to his post and just got banned instantly. And I was like, damn, like that's a bit brutal.
I think he's the main admin. There's another administrator, then it's all mods, all moderators after that.
He's the owner of the group, so.
But yeah, he's the owner. And then there's another administrator, Sonny. I think he's the other one. But anywho,
I don't have any issues with him. I guess there's a guy named Miguel who said some like really slurry stuff. I didn't see it though. I don't want to like lay any blame, but like there were messages, and I got some. I heard some stuff from some people whose names I'm not gonna name just for their own privacy and stuff like that. But it's unfortunate, like all of us Etsy people. The rules in these groups are really weird. Like why can't we promote our Etsy pages? Like it's a BST style page. A lot of us are doing good things, and it's like fine, whatever. But Pierre would always remove my post. You know this, Danny. and
He freaking hates
now
you. I
he's
don't know he's always so nice to me.
going
I'm sorry
around.
I'm laughing, but I'm
I'm
like, what happened?
I'm getting screenshots right now from multiple people just being like, "Hey, Pierre is telling me that you exposed yourself to children. Is that true?" And I'm like, "What the fuck is happening in my life right now?" Like this is just like
Oh
the
my
classic
god.
trans like stab, but it's whatever. I deal with this shit all the time. I have no idea why he doesn't like me. I've never like really interacted with him besides him just ha reacting my posts and being like, "Hey, are we good? Like, why do you hate me?" And he's just is like, Sean Cox, whatever, this and that. I don't know, random shit. Never seems to have a good excuse. So, but yeah, he seems to love you, Danny. I don't know what like. I don't know
So
what the
funny.
hell.
He's posted something like, "Oh, show me your CQB stripes on like Nerf Modders Welcome." You know, the other site since I'm banned from the other one now. But anyways, I was like, "Hey, well, he knows I'm banned. I was a moderator next with him, you know." And I'm like, "I'm gonna post my CQB stripes." Right, was his, and he liked my post and everything. And I'm like, "Guess we're still buddies."
That's weird.
Like what?
Yeah, I don't
I
know,
don't
man.
know. I don't really talk to him much, but he's always really nice to me,
Tell him to
and he's
shut his
always
mouth.
very,
He
very
shut the hell up.
vindictive against you.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these people are, you know, there's nothing wrong with this, but they're couch modders and stuff like that. And like, you can either participate in the community and like actually like I think Nerf No BS is a really good group for that.
Yeah.
People say good and bad things about that group. I was banned for a while. I got unbanned. It's, you know, everything is always crazy in this scene, a lot of turmoil, but like the admins and the staff on that page are like they're game hosts. They are very actually active in the community. You know, Jared Stanford is bringing the Blaze and all kinds of cool stuff into the United States and stuff like that. And it's like these are the kind of people that are goal oriented and driving and actually growing the hobby. Unlike these, you know, like people like Pierre who might post once a month and just like bans people all the time and stuff like that. And then there's Josh Tipping who, you know, is obviously a bigot and stuff like that and just immediately just banned me for, you know, whatever. But he you know, just hops on like once a month just to like check shit, doesn't actually post any mods, and then just like, you know, runs his mouth about all kinds of stuff. And it's like these aren't the people that are helping us grow. Like you're not actually protecting families or anything like that by censoring some of the people in the hobby that are actually like, you know, trying to make it bigger and hosting games and events and stuff like that. And it's just exceedingly frustrating, especially because like, you know, me and other people in this like little area that we have, like I live off the hobby and stuff like that. So it's really frustrating when I lose a huge connection to all those people. Like that's about 12,000 people that I can't, you know, put my stuff in front of and be like, hey, I'm offering like this cool thing if you want it. So it's just super fucking frustrating.
You know, another thing is that, you know, you were talking about Nerf No BS. I guess, you know, it averages over 10 posts a day on a lot of days. So, I mean, it's the most active group that
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a good active
on
group.
Facebook right now. So, because I mean, it's 12.
Yeah,
You talk about 12,000 people, but I mean, the active members is probably lower than what's going on the groups that have just 1,500. You know.
Yeah. I like you see all these other groups, and it's like there are people who I was talking to somebody about this last night. I think Danny, we had the same conversation in the Foam Coalition chat last night, but we were talking about how you know, you look at these big groups like Nerf Modders Welcome and stuff like that, and Nerf Mods Learning, Buy Sell Trade, and they have like 11 to 12,000 members, and that's a huge amount of people. But then you look at some of the other groups who like the groups like Nerf Life and all these other groups that are still pretty prevalent groups that a lot of us post in all the time. Like, you know, Andrew, I always see your stuff all over the place, like DMZ Nerfers and all that kind of cool stuff, Maryland Nerf Herders. And like I know those are locale groups, but it's like a lot of the people are in them because they like to know what's going on with some of the biggest collections or collectives in the hobby. And these groups all seem to have around like 1,000 to 2,000 people in them, typically around the 1,600 mark. And like I feel like that's the actual active community like group that or people like us who are either frequently going to games or like this is what we choose to do on the weekend. This is our main hobby. We are passionate about this. We want it to grow and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree. And some of that was the big groups. They may have something where it's like where they have people on the cusp, whether they want to actually participate and invest money and actually participate in the hobby. And they do have that going on, but I don't think everybody crosses over. I think there's just a large audience where they're just watching everybody else participate. In some of the really gigantic groups,
Yeah.
like even Nerf Modders
Yeah.
Welcome. The
There are like
posts are so
Nexus
seldom.
owners, and then there are like there are like printed blaster owners, and I think that's like the exact split down the middle. Because like people get a Nexus and they'll be like, "This is the best fucking thing ever. I don't need anything else. This is great." And those people are people that are kind of maybe just like dipping toes into the hobby and stuff like that, and that's the perfect blaster for them. And then there are people that go a little bit further and they're like, "Okay, I've been to a couple games, I've been to a couple events. I want to have something that's, a little bit better, maybe custom, maybe 3D printed, something a little bit nicer." And those people are the people that are like getting involved in these groups and all that kind of stuff, and it's super cool. And then there are people like us who are just like we just can't get enough Nerf,
Yeah, my wife loves it. That was very sarcastic. She freaking hates it. She can't believe that I've been doing this for so long.
She did.
I'm teaching this girl right now.
Nerfers and took photos. So
she did. She has fun sometimes, but when I'm like looking at it on the phone when she's trying to hang out with me, yeah, that's when I get the shit. That's when I get shit. I'm like, what?
Oh, you
looking
know
at
better than that one.
Black Friday sales, man. Come on. I got a $7.50
you gotta start.
Tomcat.
You got to get your own shop going. That way you'll get sick of it really quickly. You'll at the end of the week, I want to look at everything but a Nerf blaster. Let me tell you, it's the end of the week right now, and I'm still building blasters. But it's like
either that, Jay, or I'd be heading into a divorce that I didn't see coming.
Well, yeah.
She's like,
my
that's it. Now
girlfriend,
he's running a damn shop. I'm done.
She loves the hobby. She loves Fjord. She really wants to go to more events. It's perfect. Can't complain, All right. But, so with that, I think I gotta go give her a call. So I'm gonna dip off, guys. Thanks for having me. Say goodbye, Lydia.
Awesome as always, Jade. Bye, Druggy.
All right,
Peace out.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a good one.
Lydia's drugged out.
Peace out.
Lydia, wake up.
That's funny.
Were there any questions, or was there anything in the YouTube chat?
Let me freshen up. I know Louis said some things about he wishes he had gotten a Christmas gift from Jade.
Give me free stuff.
Yeah, at some point he said forks are for wimps.
What are for
I don't
wimps?
know. Forks? Were y'all talking
Forks?
about forks?
Like utensils?
Yeah, like a eating utensil. I don't know where that came from. That might have been a while ago. I've been kind of drifting in and out of conversation as I'm like staring at stuff. I really wish I had my snips. I've got to get that little peg here on this strife for the what's it called? The Band Blasters wheels to fit correctly.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to have my mini snips. I have no idea where it is. So I'm trying to not cut myself with this hobby knife and get it done that way.
You are planning to come to DMV?
Yep, I've already requested off. And I want to have this done so I can get it to you before Christmas. That is the plan. Because I wanted to get this done earlier, but just life happened to where I am not modding at all for like a month after I made like a whole bunch of progress on it on a short amount of time. I haven't touched this thing in like months.
Okay, so real quick, I'm looking at the chat now. I wasn't able to look at it earlier. So if Podo YT is on there, he said, "LO lads, shout me out, please. I love all your guys' videos."
Oh, that was super early on. I meant to mention that. And then I drifted. Yeah, it must be. It looks like he was a King of Games fan, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. You said King of YouTube. I appreciate it. I'm still surprised that I have fans. Like I only have 300 subscribers.
I'll be right back. The wife is calling. You come on camera, babe. Don't be shy.
I think I just hit like I think I just hit 400. I should check. I'm just curious. But no one watches my videos. That's the difference.
Yep. Well, like you have like a lot of subscribers, but like low, or like you have 400 subscribers, but you have lower views.
Yeah, I mean, I think like let's see. The most views I got, I want to say 2.3K.
That's not bad.
2.4K.
That sounds like people watch your videos to me.
But normally I'm averaging around like 150, 200 on a good day.
So you're saying like your highest ones are those numbers?
Yeah. And that was FoamCon, my FoamCon overview video, and Dart Zone Blasters goes to Maryland Nerf Herders. I've gotten some similar numbers on my TikTok videos, but a lot of those are just shorter versions of these videos. I've done a lot of videos. It's funny, I didn't realize it. I got issues.
What's funny is I thought I've done a lot of videos and realized I've only done 12 videos. I just feel like I put, you know what I mean? Like you put a lot of work on them, and when it consumes a lot of time, I just feel like I did a lot of videos, and then I went back and counted.
Don't feel bad.
How many do you think you have?
You guys do a lot more work on your videos than something that I do. Because mine is like literally, I've shot them right before I went to work, like a few minutes, and then like, you know, put my intro, or I didn't even have an intro before, and just, you know, edited it later. It's not like it takes any effort. You know, it takes longer for the damn thing to either convert the video or upload than it does to shoot and everything. That's why I appreciate all the editing you guys do to conglomerate to make this like, you know, this piece that like it's fluid. You know, it all goes together. I'm just kind of on the fly, blabbering my mouth or whatever I can recall at that moment for like 9 to 10 minutes, right? But I'm hoping it's entertaining somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said before, I'm not really concerned about like views or subscribers. I just want to share like how fun, and everyone that's like in the hobby, how like fun it is to be around everyone, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's nice to be like, oh, what's the Southern Maryland House of Nerf event look like, and just be able to have that available. Because that's what I did when I first started looking for events, was like, oh, I want to see if there's any videos. And then, yep, there was some gameplay footage from Maryland Nerf Herders and Southern Maryland. So it gave me an idea of what to expect.
Yeah, I hope that was a birthday party at a church, and like there's a couple church members now. They actually will watch my YouTube, and they don't really know what's going on, but they're like, I like it when you shoot the blasters, you know, that the Nerf guns. That's pretty cool. But you know, they're watching me talk about motors and wheels or breaching, and they're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. But then when you shoot the guns, it's really cool. I was like, thanks. Like and subscribe. But they'll still watch it, even though like I'm not catering to like blast reviews and brand new stuff, like to where it's newer people come into the hobby. It's not really what my videos is like really geared towards, you know. I could, but it's not going to be the same for me to just log on and just talk about nerdy mod stuff, you know.
Yeah. What's important is like you make videos that you want to make. I mean, that's all that really matters, I think.
Yeah, I feel like most of mine are mainly catered towards like our club members, and they're like, "Oh, hey, it's me." You know, I think that's basically where my audiences.
Yeah. I actually have like a much grander plan for the channel overall. But, you know, I'm starting with what I can control. And reviews is a good place to start. But as you can see, I'm already branching out a little bit, doing the gift guide, talking about competitive rule sets, you know, things like that. I have one coming up and, that I want to do. And so you guys are, I'm sure, familiar. You've seen the Nerf Connect 4, right?
Yeah.
The store. Okay.
Yeah.
Hear me out. That game's trash. Okay. It is. Okay. These little tiny no. Okay. But I got it anyways, and I'm gonna grab a couple members of STNC, and we're gonna play with it using our high-powered blasters from much further away.
The things aren't going to break, just like be obliterated.
Oh, it's gonna break. It's gonna break. It's gonna be obliterated. It's gonna break. It's gonna be a jolly good time.
That's funny.
So, I thought I'd record it. If it's something I can use for the video, then great. But I have a feeling everything.
If you're doing like competitive gameplay kind of rules or whatever overviews, you should consider doing the flag dash rules for the Maryland Maryland Foam Tour event.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be definitely looking at. So I also want to do, as I mentioned, I want to come out and visit different clubs. And so like I'm kind of setting the groundwork for that, but I kind of want to make a vlog-esque series of visiting other clubs and seeing the way that different communities, like parts of the community, do things.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
So I definitely want to. I have some footage from the End War experience. I have some footage from going up north to visit Bay Area Nerfers. I'm gonna maybe kick it off with, because I didn't film it with that purpose in mind. I just filmed some stuff. I was like, cool, we're doing this, and it was just kind of like, oh, I have this footage now. But after the fact, I was like, it'd be cool to make a video series about traveling about. Because I think I mentioned this before. Yeah, I think I mentioned this before, but I think as we're all starving for the space we thought DZP was going to fill, and they might still be able to fill in future for tournaments. I think we're all kind of wanting that hunger for like traveling teams and like these kind of like bigger signs of the hobby growing. So I thought a series like this might start to incentivize people to consider this more seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that sounds great. I know that Derek from Dart Zone, their social media manager, he goes around to different clubs nationally. I forget where. I mean, he's been to the Maryland groups, and I think he went down to Nerf for Autism.
He did. He went down there to a rally.
Yeah. And then I think he said he was at one point supposed to go to Arkansas, but that didn't turn out, or something happened. I forget. But he only does like, he'll get content, but he'll post it on, but it's just like little snippets, and it's only for TikTok, so that's like the only other thing I can think of, like of anyone going around checking out like different clubs. So I think that's an awesome idea to do what you have in mind.
Yeah, it should be fun. Obviously the episodes will be spaced out because travel is not easy to, afford and those other things. But I'd like to make a run out to you guys, obviously, which I already reached out about. But I'd also like to make a run to visit the Foam Blast ladies. I had a great time playing with them in Northern California when we were both kind of visiting the same place for some gameplay testing for future tournament ideas and stuff. So I want to visit them. I want to start with visiting some of the clubs, like I said, with people that I actually have already made connections with. So, and with you guys,
definitely
got
check
a
out
huge event.
The Ohio clubs with RJ and Chris Caruso and
Chris and
Jordan and Ashton and Thomas, all those guys.
Yeah, I'll definitely want to be checking out that as well. I have messaged a a couple times a little bit with Irons about maybe seeing and traveling to the UK and seeing how the UK does things.
Oh yeah, that'd be
Um,
fun.
Yeah. And then of course,
It's
you know,
Spectre's out there
my
too.
yeah. I want to say that Miles is out there too.
Miles. I
Yeah, I think Miles is in the UK as well.
think Joker's in UK. Yeah, Spectre and Joker.
Yeah, I definitely want to check out that. I of course want to go to Singapore because a couple of my teammates are from there.
That would
It'd be nice
awesome.
to see them.
We all should go to Singapore. I already have my Nerf Singapore jersey, so I'm ready to go.
Oh yeah, that jersey's sweet.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I was talking to Gavin and Liza and Piggy, and they were joking that if we came out, that they would actually switch back into Nebula jerseys to for in their home area if we came to visit them.
That's funny.
Yeah.
By the way, Podo YT says hello.
Hello, Podo.
Well,
So yeah.
well, I don't know if he was there when I shouted him out, but I did shout him out.
Possibly, since he said hello, was a W at the end.
Let's see, I gotta pull the.
Hey, Andrew, who epoxied the switch in here? No switch
Who
plate.
did
the strife? I wonder who did it. They epoxied it. I'm like, oh, damn it.
Hashtag Justice did it.
Oh. I guess he was making it permanent. I mean, it's usable if you're using that. I mean, the shell's still usable. You know what I mean? You can use that switch again, but I just can't put it in this one.
Yeah, Justice, is, a.k.a. Wonder Boy, is my Nerf mechanic.
I mean, he does everything.
Yeah,
that's funny.
especially since I'm just going to mess it up if I do it myself, honestly. Plus, I'm extremely lazy.
Well, as long as you got the resources to not do it, then I guess I don't see any problem with not doing it, right?
Honestly, I'd pay someone else just so I don't have to go through the frustration of messing it up myself.
Yeah, I go with another method where I just move on to another blaster.
I do that too.
I have a. Here, I'll show you. I have a frustration project on my hands.
Your picture's frozen, by the way, Kale.
Oh, of course it is.
It has been. I thought that was the look you were going for.
It's been okay.
Frozen,
it's okay on my end. I actually can see you fine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's either.
And your thing is spinning on mine. Let me back out then. It's probably me. It's definitely me.
Or. Yeah, it's probably something on his end. It has to be.
Yeah, okay. For sure.
It was me.
It was I. This is my frustration project right here. This this is a Nexus with a lot of things going on. Inside here, and I'm not going to open this because it pains me to even hold on to it right now. This thing has pissed me off so bad. This is a half metal, half expanded plunger tube Nexus. So yeah, this has been fun. It's Half Dart exclusive. I've gotten shots like in the 260s with it, but I've also the next shot will be 160, and so I'm having a hard time finding where the air is leaking from. I've just had a ton of problems with this thing.
You said it's an expanded plunger tube.
It's expanded plunger tube, and also half of the metal kit in it.
Is it like a drain pipe or
no, it's
Caliburn type?
Yeah, it's more like that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's basically a 1.5 inch, probably like Caliburn polycarb tube. It might
it's a
be
polycarbonate tube.
It might be how the the plunger tube inside, when you do those XPTs,
Mhm.
like getting it to fit and have it not move on you. I mean, that
Mhm.
could be it. I'm thinking it could be a plunger tube alignment thing where like it's not sitting straight in the shell all the time. Possibly. I don't know. I have some issues too with a striker that I did was a drain pipe in it. And man, I don't know. Right now
Mhm.
it does pretty good. On about stock spring, I'm getting right around 200. So that's
Mhm.
pretty good. I mean, for stock prime. But once I start trying to get it to be more powerful, it's not reacting what I would think. You know, I can get it up to like 220s, 230s, and then I put like a really heavy turf spring in it, and it's not doing what
Mhm.
it's supposed to do. Like you're saying, some shots are good and some shots are like crazy low. So I get some of that too with it, and I don't know what it is, and I don't feel like opening it again because I've done like a dozen times,
Yeah.
dude. I'm like, I'm so sick of it. It's good.
At
It's hitting
this
200.
And this is exactly what I was trying to point. Like a lot of people hated on the Mark 1.2. I have my review. I say the things I don't like about it, right? Which are the things I don't like and the drama and all that. But at the end of the video, clearly through the video, I'm like, but still get it, because if you're
Yeah.
going to go through all the hassle I've been through with this Nexus over here, sorry, it's down there. I'm pointing at the wrong blaster. All of this to get it up to a point where you don't even you just take one screw out, and then the Mark 1.2 is all of that and more.
And a stock replacement. Sorry. I was like,
Yeah,
that's the only other
yes,
thing. I'm like, but yeah, like you said,
yes,
you take that one
yeah,
piece out and it's golden.
yeah. And just to clarify with the stock replacement, I have a shoulder injury that makes it really hard for me to like prime blasters with a heavier weight. Like a 1.8 in a Nexus is too heavy for my shoulder, right? I can prime the 1.2 stock spring without shouldering it. Like it's really light for what it is.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't really need a new stock. But hey, if you got a $7 Tomcat, let me tell you how amazing that stock right there is. That's the one that
Right.
should have come with the 1.2.
I like it.
I
Was it
love
cheap,
that
Russ?
stock.
I agree 100%. They should just put that stock on everything, actually.
Yeah, the cheap
Yeah.
rust is sweet too on that thing.
That's part of why I like it. I think it's like for the aesthetics of the blaster, if it was like that, but on the Mark 1.2, like, adjust it a little bit down, I think, just because it doesn't exactly align. Like, bam, you have like what should have been the perfect blaster.
Sure. I'm getting like 170 average on my Tomcat, which is why I love it.
Oh yeah.
I got a high of 193 one time. But yeah, it's averaging like 170, which is just like ridiculous for a max blaster,
Yeah, for stock.
Yeah,
It's stock.
Not a pro,
Look
a max.
a max, and it's like CQB sized. Like,
Yeah.
it's smaller.
I'll be honest. I've been using it for our competitive scrimmage games. It's that good, and just because I don't have to worry about reloading mags at any point.
Mm-hmm. I scrimmed with it as well in the Bay Area because they had messed around. They wanted us to scrim with 200 as a cap and 250 as a cap, and for all of the 200 stuff, I just used that. It was just easier.
Yeah. It's so good. I got it when it came out. I brought it to APOC, which was in New Jersey with the United Nerf Ops guys. I brought it with me just to have it. I was going to use it for a round, but one of our friends that came with us, I'm not sure why he asked, but he just asked to use it. And he ended up using it the entire day. And we were playing at 300 FPS. So
That I couldn't get behind. I liked it, but not enough to at 300 FPS. I'm grabbing the Val M for like to be like at the lower end of that. Beyond that, I'm grabbing a Swift. It just makes sense.
My Swift is inconsistent. I get a lot of whirlybirds with mine. It's been better. I switched out my O-rings. I have a scar on it, so maybe the scar is just causing the inaccuracy. But yeah, my Swift has been disappointing. I'm thinking that it doesn't want to like perform consistently past the 1.6 spring. I have the 1.8 in there, so maybe that's what's causing the issue.
I think there's two things to consider. Now, I haven't got a chance to test this part yet, but Spitfire Designs makes a replacement for the what do you call it, the part that the plunger pad is actually attached to. What is that called?
The
it's like
ram?
the front, like not. Yeah, the ram. Okay, so the ram is a replacement ram that's not metal, right? And so it's lighter. So one, it's going to stop the like the Swift is like a suicidal blaster with a 1.8 in it. That thing's so heavy that it just slams into the back of it. And a lot of people are saying like with a 1.8 and regular
I'll be
usage
right back.
that
My
they're
headphones
getting
just went
cracking
out.
on their blaster.
It came with like a silicone damper or something that you're supposed to put in like around the spring or something as well.
Yeah.
I didn't install that, so that could be the issue as well.
So from what my understanding is, it's just like the amount of force slamming into the back of it because it's so heavy because it's metal. Great, it's durable, but the blaster's not durable enough to handle that. So there's that, but also because it's heavy, you can get 1.8 performance out of a 1.6 spring if you swap that because it's less weight being pushed.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
That's my understanding of it. So I think
I will say it definitely does perform well at the 200 to 250 FPS with the 1.4 and the 1.6. I will say that for sure. So that's why I was thinking maybe 1.8.
Crappy.
Maybe. Also, you said to 250. A 1.6, just to clarify, should be performing at like 275, 280.
Yeah, I was just rounding down probably.
Okay. I was just checking because that's, like with those numbers lost, like maybe we're starting to see the problem right then and there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't run the 1.6 spring much anymore just because I have the Swift for 300 FPS games. So I always want to have that on deck.
Mm-hmm. We don't have any of those out here. In fact, like our caps are like 220 for like 2 of the 3 clubs that are out here. We have an uncapped club, and I've been thinking of building something like kind of dumb, like for that event. But jury's still out on that.
We it's only at Maryland Nerf Herders. We call it our Sparta rounds, and it's only one game type of usually like flag push or something that we do it for. So otherwise, 300 all day long is just I don't think we.
Yeah.
Someone's losing an eye. Hey, probably.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. That being said, I've been very tempted a bunch of times to just pull the trigger on a Saber M20, just because I just kind of want one.
I do too, but I don't want to spend that kind of money.
I hear you, but also with the what do you call it? My thing is I had messaged Conrad. I was like, hey. I'm really interested in this blaster. You had at some point a self-cocking, like, automated kind of like motor that would just cock it. It's not an AEG, like it would just cock it for you, which takes the spring weight kind of out of the equation.
Right.
And then you would fire when you fire, right? But yeah, I was like, if you bring that back, I will immediately buy the blaster because then the prime is kind of irrelevant. And stuff, but he hasn't brought it back, so I haven't bought it.
That would be cool. I saw, I guess it would be, it's sort of similar. I guess it's an AEG, but basically an AEG Lynx. Someone had posted something on YouTube, and it was definitely janky, the whole setup, and very bulky, but it was an Auto Prime AEG Lynx.
Crazy.
I'll
Yeah,
see it.
yeah, that's
I
pretty
gotta see
cool.
if I can find the video at some point. I'll share it because
Yeah,
if you
I
could,
definitely want to see that.
yeah, if you could refine that, I love the Lynx. My Lynx is so good. It's definitely probably my favorite 3D printed Springer at the moment. Although
Mine's
it's
right
tough
here.
to beat the Caliburn.
Fair enough.
I'm a Talon Claw fan.
Talon, yeah,
I
and the
just
SB.
got it, but it's the difference between bullpup and just mid magazine. I think the performance is pretty comparable. You know, at least for what I'm running. I'm not trying to get my Lynx to 300. It might get close to it. Who knows?
Yeah. My Lynx I think is hitting like 280 or something like that. It's pretty close
What
to
do you have
300.
in it? Mine's hitting like 230s, 240.
I don't know. I gave it to Jesse and
Woo.
Jeremy, and they did some weird stuff to it. They got like an X5 spring in it,
Oh, that's why
and
you
then,
got an experimental spring in it.
yeah. So, but the two blasters, I'm basically waiting for two blasters. I'm waiting for the next affordable AEB that takes talons or angles or whatever, and the SBF, I think.
SBF.
Yeah.
What's the SBF?
It is. Isn't it Gavin's? Gavin's new flywheeler.
Okay, so another.
Oh,
Gavin
yeah.
Fuzzy. Nothing he makes
Yeah.
is bad. It's like the opposite.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Yeah,
and of course, the momentum too. But those are probably the blasters I'm waiting for at this moment.
Yeah, Eli's been working on around the clock on all these different projects, man. It's wild.
I can imagine.
He was testing the well, I'm gonna start calling actually just because of Gavin's naming scheme, I'm gonna start calling it the Impulse but smaller. Inertia, his new AEG. He's moving on from Impulse to Inertia.
Ooh, interesting.
That thing, it's smaller, a lot smaller, and pretty much just as powerful.
Well, the Impulse was was pretty heavy to begin with.
Oh yeah, very heavy.
But it was getting like what? It was getting like 250.
Oh yeah, it's capable. He down tuned it to 250, but it was capable of like 300 plus.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. But the other one, Momentum, that one's going to be pretty much right. And I think it's going to hit that 250 mark as well, the way he was talking about it. I don't know. I saw him bring it to the game the other day, and I was like, "Ooh, what do you got going on there?"
Yeah, the challenge is like not a lot of groups play at 250. I think, like you said, like a lot of them max out at around like 200, 220. I don't know too many other groups that go past 250 myself. I think some of the clubs in Michigan have a no cap or a 300 FPS cap there, but that's it.
Yeah, I don't know where Dorian plays, but I see him post in the Black Raisins group some stuff, and they play at 400.
Yeah, 400 FPS. Yeah, they're playing 400.
Mm-hmm.
Were they all running HPA?
No, they're all running like super high caliber, like sabers and stuff like that. Like just like crazy CNC milled stuff. They've got great. I've seen a few things. They don't post a lot, but when you catch it, you're like, "What are you doing? That's insane."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I don't have anything for that. I don't have anything that hits 400 FPS.
In all fairness, when I'm doing my clubs, traveling around clubs, I definitely want to visit that one just to see what's going on over there. Like, I want to know about 400. I don't want to use on a regular basis 400 FPS Nerf blasters, but I want to play at least a game with them.
All right, I think I'm killing this 9-volt.
I don't know if I'd want to play 400 FPS.
I definitely wouldn't play the same way. I'm sure there's so much more long range stuff going on.
So the positive is in the front.
So, if you were to recommend one blaster for a noob and one blaster for someone that's in the hobby, what blaster would you recommend?
Are we talking about monetary limits? I mean, we have to be talking some monetary limits.
Maybe not monetary limits, but some kind of general goals. When you say a noob, I'm thinking of someone who doesn't know what they want, which high FPS is probably not even on the table. If it was a noob to high FPS, that would be a different conversation.
No, I'm talking about noob, like a mother, grandmother, family member.
Oh, easy.
That knows you're interested, but doesn't know what to get you.
Oh, I thought you were saying like that kind of person. Okay. There's a loaded question. I would say realistically, if it's not high FPS, right? We're not talking about someone who's a noob to high FPS. We're just talking about a noob to the Nerf scene, and they just buy whatever Nerf blasters they've been buying this whole time. Magnum X2, hands
Whatever's
down.
available.
What's up?
Whatever's available on the market.
Yeah. So if we're talking like walk into a store right now, get something, you get it, your family gets it, all that stuff. I have been saying the entire time that the Magnum X2 is the #1 budget beginner blaster.
Interesting.
I 100% believe that.
Like
I mean, you can get them for as low as $10.
Yeah.
It's literally like $10. It's got 40 rounds. It's got slam fire. It's got an adjustable stock. It's got a removable drum. I mean, it's got an angled foregrip built in. What more do you want for $10? And it shoots over 80 FPS, so it performs over Nerf Elite standard.
So for me, availability would be an issue. Where like, are we talking about what's available? Like what you're describing, that's going to be probably the most available thing right now. But like things that have been available, what's the Dart Zone one? Was a drum on it? That's more stock FPS.
The Tomahawk 60?
Not that one. The Springer.
Villainator?
Yeah, the Villainator. That one's not really available now though. So if you go out shopping for that, you're probably not going to find it. You might be able to still order them, but it's becoming a lot more scarce.
I still see them in Walmarts.
I don't see
I've
them
seen one in the
inside of
Walmart.
Walmarts here. Around where I'm at, I don't see them in any of the Walmarts. Not a single one. But I do think I see them on Walmart online. You may be able to get them. I do definitely agree with the Magnum, especially the X2 was a fixed stock. You know, it's just
that.
I've run Autism Wars, and the #1 blasters there, I would have to say #1 is Rough Cut. That's the #1 favorite. And then #2 is probably that Magnum X2. That's what the kids gravitate towards as far as what's usable and what's they think looks cool and is what and it performs, you know. But man, rough cuts are #1 was kids, man. Even a birthday party I went to and I laid out, 30, 40 blasters. You can pick whatever. I know you brought your own, try out whatever. And the birthday boy, what's he pick up? A rough cut. So I'm always thrifting rough cuts, and it's also something that's pretty commonly thriftable, I want to say, because they made so many of them. Of course, you have to get an older one because all the newer iterations all break, of course. But yeah, I have like 6 of them right now, ready for the next Autism War in spring.
So that was going to be kind of my next question: is if you were hosting birthday parties, or you wanted to have a Nerf War birthday party, what blaster, as a parent, would you get? And of course, price is a factor as well. So,
If I was getting for a large quantity of people, price is a factor and all that. And again, I'm generally talking about new blasters because these are accessible things to people. So accessibility is like big, especially for like people who are new to it. X-Shot Menace is a great like party trick blaster. You can do things where you just buy a pool of these darts, these little hand shot ones. They shoot powerful enough to be fun. They can use 2 different kinds of ammo, even though they weren't designed for that. They can use half length or full length. And I would throw in addition to that a little bonus thing is get those and then get a bunch of those $5 like Adventure Force foam swords to really like mix it up and make like kind of like a fun indoor play arena as opposed to just everybody has the same blaster.
That's great.
Yeah,
What do you think? You don't think something like the Jolt would be good?
There's nothing wrong with the Jolt. It's just for $3, do you want 50 FPS or 80? Do you want a mod to be able to take half darts, or do you want to just be able to be stuck in that full length? For that same money, the X-Shot Menace goes way, way further. This is kind of my thing. Plus, the thing about having your prime on the bottom is that if you have a small handle, it like you grip your prime. So when you shoot, if you have a bigger hand, if you're not 2, it's gonna interfere there. The Menace pulls from the rear, but I've definitely there is footage of me dual wielding Jolts at a previous battle. So I'm not saying the Jolt's out. I'm just saying if I was going to recommend one for the same price, it would be the X-Shot Menace.
All right, good to know. What do you
a
think?
whole drawer full of them right here.
Real quick, you had a 2-part to your first question, and I don't remember you said there was like a higher level.
Yeah, so for someone that's in the hobby but that doesn't maybe have everything.
That's kind of like a niche blaster that more people should check out. Well, it's hard to say that you shouldn't check out. I mean, especially with the price and everything that I was just talking about with Jade when she was on earlier, it's hard to say that you shouldn't check out a skewer. I mean, a skewer is that rear prime blaster that you've always played with, the Fate, the Menace. There's a ton of blasters that prime from the rear that are really fun blasters. And T-pulls are super like common in early 2000s Nerf. And the skewer is like that, but on steroids. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's one that gets looked over a lot. I have a teammate on Nebula who uses one. It's great for if you have shoulder problems. It's not my favorite blaster. I personally wouldn't run it as my primary because I have a very specific taste for what I like, but I still would hands down grab that blaster, especially at the price now that I know that Jade offers one for under $100.
Yeah, I want one. I want
that is a 3D printed blaster as well. For people that don't know.
It looks good. Yeah, it looks good. I kind of like the aesthetic of like, I don't know what it is. I'll see a blaster and I'll be like, oh, that's a cool, blaster. The Nexus, the Lynx, Talon Claws, all these blasters with shrouds. But there's something fun and terrifying about the aesthetic of a blaster that has this much exposed barrel and then a scar. You know what I mean? You're like, what is that?
What do you guys
the Menace? I was trying to pretend what the Menace was. I was trying to pretend like I knew what you were talking about. Is that a Reflex 6 variant or something? The Menace?
No. Okay, so the Menace is I have so many of them. Okay, I don't have any of them on me. Of course I don't. Why would I?
Is it one of their printed blasters? Was it printed digital stuff on this?
The skins. Yeah, the skins.
Okay, it's one of the skin
smallest
ones. Okay.
one. It's the teeny tiny one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a single shot one. It looks like basically an upgraded version of the X-Shot Micro Shot.
Yeah, they're cool. They're really cool looking. The graphics are awesome.
The graphics are cool. You can collect a bunch of them. You can have a bunch of them. They're like $3. Amazon has a pack of like 4 or 5 of them for $15. So like you can even get that really value even further. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you can get that. You can collect a bunch of different ones. It's just a really good price for what you're getting. That's kind of like my whole thing. I'm like, if it's gonna be like at that lower performance level, then I'm looking for value or fun factor, and it has both.
Louis said that the Menace also has a beefier plunger rod, so it can take stronger springs, is what he mentioned. I guess he's messed around with a Menace. I haven't.
Is it not? So I haven't either, honestly, because it fits like this role at our club, where as a very competitive club, we don't play a lot of silly games. So we've kind of had to, when we try to play games like Awfuls, when I went up to the Bay Area, Bay does Awfuls really well. Pretty much everyone is in the spirit of Awfuls. They'll pick a random trashy, crappy, like I'm dual wielding jolts, and this guy's doing this like pump blaster that he can only fire once every like
That's always
minute.
fun.
Like,
Sweet.
yeah, and all these like fun, ridiculous things. But at our club, everyone's trying to just slightly have an advantage in that, and they're not really capturing the spirit. So what we've done is we just kind of throw a bunch of menaces out as our Awfuls, and it's kind of taken that place. So if it performed higher or better, I think it would start to lose that fun, take a break from the seriousness kind of gameplay that we have.
I had interrupted. What were you going to say, Andrew?
Oh,
Yeah, you were
I
going to ask
think
another
we were
question.
I think we were just. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So something that you would recommend that is not a 3D printed blaster.
There's so many good things. Okay, for zero function and 100% fun factor, all day, every day, I recommend the Nerf Fortnite flare gun. I love that thing. It is so much fun. It's all about the break action. It's fun to do it. You don't even need to do it. You could front load it, but why wouldn't you? Just snap, pop, shoot off a Whistler. I'm actually thinking about doing a game mode surrounding the fact that it shoots Whistlers that I'm thinking of calling reinforcements. So the objective is actually for a team member to basically grab and like attack and defend type gameplay, but where the objective itself is a Nerf Fortnite flare gun, and they have to shoot it up for the Whistler to make the sound. If they shoot it up, they win, even if they die afterwards. You see what I'm saying? Because they've called for reinforcements. It's the idea of the gameplay that there's other players outside of where the battlefield really is.
I like that. That's neat.
Yeah, I thought it'd be fun, but I just like that thing for the aesthetics. I brought it to End War, and I didn't even use it like more than like 1 or 2 times because there was no like mega zombies. I didn't know what to expect, but I had fun just walking around with the aesthetic with my loadout. And as we know,
Danny, what would you recommend?
Sorry, I started staring at Blaster. I blinked out. What did he just recommend again? You said a recommendation for non-3D printed blaster for...
He didn't give any specifications.
Man, just in general?
Sure.
Man, I love 150 FPS and above, so it's got to be just anything Dart Zone. I mean, if you're an adult and something like lower FPS and playing with Nerf or playing silly games is like silly to you, and you want to get into something more competitive, but you're not doing like airsoft or paintball, and you want something that's accessible, but it still feels like competition. I mean, I don't know. I always try to get more people to know that there's a different company other than Nerf out there.
Right.
Lately, because that's what I prefer. And for the money, we were spending so much money trying to mod a Retaliator, 5-6 years ago. Now it's like, dude, I spent $100 on the Retaliator. I mean, hell, I just got a Tomcat for $8, But even before
right?
that,
I can get an $8 Tomcat.
Yeah, even before that, a week before that, I spent $40 on a Tomcat, and it's freaking amazing.
Yeah, dude.
I can't wait to get my Talon adapter from Jade. I got a couple of them coming in. Since I got extras, I had to go, whoa, don't ship yet. You need to print another one because I just got another Tomcat,
They work extremely well. I have 2 Tomcats now, and one uses the drums, and the other's ready for mag adapters. And yeah, it's definitely it's a good. It's definitely a good modification if that's what you're looking for.
I'm gonna rebarrel
Yeah.
mine. I don't think I'm gonna do new spring on it because I like the spring strength. I think if I rebarrel it, I think I can get it to hit 190s to 200 consistently just on all stock stuff. That's what my guess is, just from what I'm getting from the performance without doing anything to it or checking seals. So yeah, I'm gonna see what it does. I tried to do that with the Jurassic Pro, and I think I got it up to like 175 on a stock spring was a rebarrel, but it's not consistent. You know, I think the barrel's just a little bit too long. I need to take a little off. But if you're interested in the Tomcat rebarrel, I told you I might. You know, I'm coming up to DMV on the 11th. I don't know. I might bring mod stuff and mod and play some games, but I might do some modding while I'm there just to hang out and mod.
Yeah. If you have, do you think a foot of brass would do anything to the Tomcat?
Possibly,
Or you
but
think
if you
it's
like,
better?
see, your Dictator, I told you some of the inconsistencies. I think the barrel, I think I need to take 1 inch off because mine's 10.5 inches. Yours, I did 12 inches on that polycarb barrel. I think if I take one inch off, I think it's going to perform a little better and more consistently.
Okay, I mean, it's performing. It's literally one of my favorite blasters now. I'm using
Well, I
it
think
for
if I take an
competitive-
inch off, it's just going to make it even more better, like where you're going to hit those 230s more consistently, at least was the target darts and stuff like that. But I think the Tomcat, I'm gonna bring some polycarb up, and so I have that.
Okay.
I don't have any spare brass, but I can try brass. You know.
No, I was just curious what you thought. The polycarb on the Dictator is amazing. It's working extremely well, like I said. So,
brass is definitely still king. The biggest difference is polycarb's going to have more friction, and the inner diameter is not going to be consistent. There's going to be a variance in polycarb. There's not going to be a variance on brass. Brass is finite. It's 1/2 inch inner diameter. That's why when you have two telescoping pieces without O-rings, it's a perfect seal because the diameter is brass manufactured is just absolute. And polycarb, there's a variance of 0.005 or 1 or whatever, you know. So one end might be a little more tighter on ID than the other end. But it does pretty dang well, and it's a lot more forgiving and less damaging than brass. You know, I can take polycarb and hit it against something, and I'm like, oh, whatever, it has some scuff marks. You hit brass on something, especially thin-walled brass, which a lot of people use, it's ruined, right? at least that's what I've ruined a good amount of brass. I have like 1 successful brass build, so.
Yeah, no, I brassed my Nexus and I brassed my Striker, and those both turned out pretty well.
The performance is the best.
Excuse me?
The performance for brass it's the best, you know.
Oh yeah. So, but I haven't done polycarb myself. That's what I have you for. So, but maybe I'll pick up a foot of brass and see if you got the time, play around with it a little bit and see what happens.
I'll bring my pipe cutters and files and everything.
Sweet.
You know.
Go ahead, Kale. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I was thinking because again, he talked about like when you think of like non 3D printed, I want to give like kind of just like a little like a flip coin recommendation, like the opposite side of that. When we talk about durability, I don't think about this because this is a hobby blaster, right? I don't think of when I'm thinking of injection molded, like people aren't thinking about this, but I can't recommend the Valem enough because again, it's not 3D printed. It's Delrin. And I actually ate crap like really hard at one of our games recently, and this thing literally is unaffected. Because I made me think of it when you started hitting the barrel, and I'm like, dude, I smacked the crap out of the barrel and the stock, and it's just killing. I fell, like basically, my shoe caught on the edge of the basketball court that we were playing on, and I slammed blaster first into the ground. Like, and I mean, I was running, and this thing, it's just
kept
fine.
going.
Took it like a champ.
So the only thing that I have, and you'll be able to see this really easily, is my stock is bent because it's metal,
Oh, I can see.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that. But all I got to do, and I looked at it, is I mean, it doesn't even affect the performance, but all I got to do is take it out and then bend it back the mallet when I get a chance. But I can still use it, so I haven't really bothered.
You could even probably reinforce it, put some kind of brace in between that split too. In that stock.
Yes, but if I
metal.
do that, it's no longer. Yeah, but if I do that, it's no longer adjustable.
Oh, I gotcha.
And it comes out. See,
Yeah,
got teeth. Not that I use more than one setting, but I kind of like the option to. That's part of the function. But actually, when I need to use something closer, I don't retract the stock. I actually, like a lot of games when I'm like trying to get behind tight cover, I actually lean my cheek on where the stock is. And I can still get like a perfect like line on where I would kind of be. Like my head's only floating like a few centimeters from where it would actually be if I was resting on it. So a lot of times I'll come up over cover that I can't like get fully extended behind, or I'll get hit, and I'll kind of go like this, and I'm like I'm right up on it, and it's so it doesn't affect it too much.
90% of
how
the time. That's my shooting form. I feel like I'm never using the stock, and it's always just like.
So you're trying to use when you aim, you're using one eye or two eyes? It looks like it was one eye.
One eye. That's correct.
I forget. I was at a Boy Scout shotgun event, like play shooting stuff, and man, I can't remember. Maybe I can look it up on a YouTube video or something on the internet. But he was he was letting us know which was our dominant eye, and it was something about looking at something and watching and covering one eye and the other, and so watching the focus change.
Oh yeah.
And then all of us were actually surprised. We all thought that our right eye was the dominant eye, and every time he did the test with us, it was actually our left eye that was the dominant eye. So he was like, "So you need to be aiming like this," is what he was telling us. Versus was an eye closed like that.
So technically, okay. So when I play, it depends on the circumstance. Sometimes I do close the eye, but rarely. I'm right eye dominant, so I don't need to close my left eye in order to only be basically using my right eye. And what my left eye being open provides me is the peripherals to see if someone who's not in this little scope is doing something that I need to be paying attention to. So for me, like this is not the typical red dot, green dot sight, I know, because it's got a little bit of like a hood on it on both sides. But like when I'm on it, I still keep my other eye open because like I'm looking at objectives and other things while I'm focusing my right eye, which is dominant, on the target. It's kind of hard to explain.
So there's no riser on that. It's just on that. It's on the stock rail, right?
Stock rail, yep. Flat as can be.
The thing I run into
for this blaster, it works really well.
The thing I run into is when the rails are really low, already set, and I like iron sights. So when I'm trying to iron sight up, and if the rail's too low, like on my Talon Claw, I had to get rail risers so I could look at it with both eyes, with my left eye leading, because otherwise it was just sitting so low that I would have to get my right eye involved just to get it sighted up. And now that with the rail risers, even though it's just like 3/4 inch or so, it helps a whole bunch, So if anybody's has trouble sighting in with their left eye, get some rail risers. It'll help you be able to get behind the sights and not like jam your face into the blaster.
Fair enough. I actually started recently playing with a mask in certain situations, and one thing I was having a bunch of trouble with is just like forgetting that I can't choke up on like with cheek rest the blaster. So I kept going banging my face on the blaster. It was really funny.
I have a love-hate with masks. I don't like wearing them, but I like the protection. I hate getting hit in the face.
Fair enough. I took a 250 250 FPS shot from a Caliburn, probably from like 20 feet away to the cheek, and it left like a welt
20
for
feet.
like months. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
not
that's
good. And
you're gonna
after
have
that,
a
I was
risk.
like, yep, we're masking anything above 200 or around 200. We're masking up every single time.
Yeah.
It's the close
Mine.
quarters, man.
So yeah, I saw yours. Yours is cool with the little like teeth,
Oh yeah,
like design on them.
that's my son's, just a cheap Amazon one, and then I have one that has like a whole bunch of padding. It's more padded up on the cheeks, and it has ear covers on it too, like mesh ear covers. So I have another. I don't know where it is, but it's
I don't
bulkier
think
though.
I was gonna say I don't think I have mine here. I think it's in the car, but I'm gonna have you guys seen the HKS Army skull mask?
That's a cool one.
Yeah,
And this is actually more comfortable to wear because it's like less bulky. It's just a regular cheap Amazon one.
That's kind of like what I have. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really
Yeah.
comfortable to wear compared to this one's more protection, like with the ear cover stuff. But it's like it feels hotter too since it's got that material here instead of just open mesh.
Let me see. Okay, so I'm going to show you the red variant, but just keep in mind that mine is white. This is what my mask looks like.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
actually got a skull, like kind of Dios de los Muertos, kind of looking almost like skull design into it. Like I have teeth, I have like little indents for my cheekbones and all that. And so I got it around Halloween time. I just thought it'd be cool, and I love Halloween.
That looks like major
And so,
intimidation factor. It does.
I feel that at the same time. Oh, here's a good picture of mine.
Yeah, that's intimidation right there, man.
But
That's a
the
scary
first time
sight.
I ever one of the reasons why I got it, and it was really funny, is we were playing at an airsoft field with it's a really CQB like map. I mean, like you can't in certain lanes you can't shoot someone unless they're within 10 feet of you. Like it's just like there's certain sections that are like that. So we were playing games like One in the Chamber. There was people with melees, and so I ran around with the foam hatchet and just full face mask, taking shots of 200 to the face was no big deal. I wasn't afraid to do it, so I never took any of those shots because I was meleeing people long before they got a chance to shoot me. I posted a little short on YouTube, but I got like
I think I saw
I don't
that.
know. Yeah, I got like a 10 kill
one.
streak.
You're like
Yeah,
running
I got
around and like.
I've never
flying.
gotten
I'm
to play
literally
much melee, not at all. And I was kind of jealous at watching Andrew's video. He gets to run around with a lightsaber. the battle of Endor.
Yeah, Maryland Nerf Herder has melee game types where they allow melee. It's usually limited to like the pool noodles. Sometimes
noodles,
we'll have
yeah,
the foam swords and stuff. Yeah.
So I got this. I got Adventure Force swords that I was recommending earlier. I got 10 of these suckers. These are the combat knives / bayonets from the I forget what the expansion pack is called. But if you can see up there on the top, there's like about 10 boxes right there. Those little modulus marks. It's hard to see because of the camera quality on my iPad.
Those are all those tactical type packs.
Yep, with the grenades in them and stuff. So I had originally started before I joined a club. I was like, I want to play One in the Chamber, and so I got these so that I could provide everybody all the stuff they needed to play in case they wanted to play this game mode. So we did end up playing that game mode, but a lot of times what I ended up finding was, here's another one, is my favorite melee weapon is these suckers. I love these things.
I don't have any of those.
So one, I have 10 of these as well. So basically, they're throwable, but I find they rotate a little better if you throw them backwards. And you can run around with 2 of these things. You can use one as your like melee, or you can use them however, and then you can throw one if you need to. And if there's no one around, I run and go grab what I threw and continue running on. There is a video that I haven't posted yet where I throw one of these things and nail somebody from about 25 feet away. That's far for a throwable.
That makes
That's
me
funny.
think of like Black Hawk. What is it? The Call of Duty, Black Ops. Call of Duty
Mhm.
Black Ops Tomahawk action right there, man. That's pretty sweet.
Yep, that's exactly. It's and it's even in the Black Ops color scheme now that you mention it.
Oh, you've got to do one of my favorite things to do, especially in Black Ops, especially with Tomahawk, is like after you get a player down, you've got to run up to it and re-grab it and get a second person.
Mhm.
That's one of the best feelings. Like
Yeah.
at one time, I think I got playing Black Ops. I got 3 people in a row with the same Tomahawk. I was just running up
Mhm.
and grabbing it off the dead body, and then just happen chance another guy runs around the corner, and I just immediately throw it into his chest too. And I'm like, dude, this is
Mhm.
like a stroke. Like this, that was so satisfying.
The game mode that they actually used to do that for was sticks and stones. So it was the bow, the hatchet, and the combat knife. So you'd get kills with the bows. The bow heads were explosive. The hatchet was a reset of points to whoever you killed. It was a humiliation, basically. And the knife was also just a regular kill. And so I wanted to recreate that. So that's another game mode. And that's why I got the hatchets, but I ended up finding them much better for in Nerf World for One in the Chamber. And I also got quite a few of these. Not quite 10 yet.
Zingbows.
Not enough for a full game. Yeah, the Zingbo. For a while, the guys at the local club just knew me as that hooligan who keeps bringing a bow.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zingbos are banned at the Maryland events because they hit a little too hard with the ammo size.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a guy in Virginia Beach. There's a Virginia Beach club. They run a event right before Thanksgiving, and they call it Spanksgiving. But it's a 200 FPS cap. They usually do 150. They usually do lower FPS, but they allow Zingbos at the event. So there's like 1 or 2 guys running the Zingbos, and yeah, you're trying to avoid getting hit by one of those. But they allow them. But I agree. It was the plastic on the rod and everything. I'm like,
The main issue is if you get hit 5 feet away, less
Yeah.
than 10 feet away.
and they've got it
yeah.
fully drawn. Yeah, those things are gnarly, especially up close. But I mean, the guys
Yeah.
using them are pretty. They're doing it from a far distance,
Yeah.
I think the other thing is like the reason why I liked using that bow, especially before I really found certain blasters that I really love to use these days, was also because I felt like I had an easier ability to do mercy kills with it. Because I think in the right hands, a Zingbo is the safest weapon, but in the wrong
Safe
hands of anybody
half
who's just
draw.
fling it. Yeah, I literally,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like flicking them
Like a quick
to little
flick,
kids.
yeah.
Like it would literally just go and hit them in the foot or whatever. Like, but yeah, you have to have a responsible, knowledgeable player to use those, in my opinion.
I think it's the response. Maryland, I think they made the right choice because sometimes they'll have games where it's like 50, 60 people, and like somebody's going to be an idiot out of that group. So better just have the rules in place. But, if you have a game
Yeah,
with like
I
20
understand.
responsible people, it might be all right, You all know each
Yeah,
other.
I'm actually thinking. Yeah, and I also think if it were my event, because right, I haven't run any events, but if it were my event and I was going to allow those or specifically require those for a specific game type, like doing a reenactment of sticks and stones, that face masks would be a requirement.
Gotcha.
Not just eye protection. Face
Yeah,
masks
full.
are a requirement.
Teeth
those,
and
because-
lips.
I have seen someone get hit in the nose with one, and it was not fun. They got hit from mid range. They're also hard to hit people with. Like it takes its own level of skill just to aim this thing. My biggest thing is it's great for intimidation. There's two
Yeah.
clubs that I go to that allow it, and one club that does not allow it. And I don't care if it wasn't even close to you. If you hear that screaming whistle, you were ducking. I don't care what's going on, where you're moving. You're not waiting to find out how close it is to you.
Yeah,
So
I
it's been really fun for that.
I ended up getting a Zingbo before I knew they were banned at Maryland before I was running events. But I showed up all excited to use it. They're like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, you can't use it." I was like, "No." Let me just
Yeah,
get one off real quick.
I have
That's
to.
how it was when I joined FCNC.
I probably got to sign off probably by midnight. It's like 11:40 right now. I got to get up
Oh,
super
okay.
early. But I have a Andrew's always got the best questions. So I've got a question for you guys. So
Okay.
beginning nerfer, the one that likes to get in, that wants to get into modding. So I do both. You know, a lot of us do, but we all do both. But what would you start off with first, Flywheel or Springer, for getting into modding into the hobby?
For a flywheeler, are you
Well, no,
asking to
just
pick
say
one
I'm
or the
saying,
other?
yeah, pick one or the other. Because a lot of people I see start off in the hobby, it seems like they start off with one versus the other, and then they gravitate towards one more than the other throughout the hobby. Or some people just do springers and never do flywheels. So, you know, I'm curious as to what you guys is taking, especially since you guys both like everything, right? So, what would you actually recommend to somebody new to modding? Like, it could be easy to mod, or just flywheels are cooler, flywheel master race.
You go
Um,
first on this one.
sure. I'm a flywheeler person myself. I do enjoy springers. I'm just not very good at using them, but I love having them. But with that being said, just because I use flywheelers, and I also think it helps you with learning how to mod, I would definitely say check out something like a Spectrum or a Strife mod to begin
Right.
with. And that's probably what I would recommend just off the bat, because, you know, $25 Spectrum, Band Blaster Cage if you're looking for that, or whatever you want into it, and make it for HVZ or, 200 FPS. I think there's a lot of flexibility and options with those two platforms. So that's what I would say, just because I'm a flywheeler person myself. But yeah.
Yeah, especially those two. I agree. Those two semi-autos you suggested are two was the most options and the easiest to begin modding flywheels. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can always upgrade them if you want to make it full auto. They have the full auto kit, I guess, if you can get it to work. So yeah, but that would be my recommendation.
If it's between flywheelers and springers to modify, like where to start with modification, I think it does really depend on what you're going to be choosing. I would say overall, probably springers to start modifications, because I think non-electronic components are just less intimidating to a lot of people. And, more like the parts, like it's really hard to mess them up. I think. I don't have a specific recommendation on what blaster to mod, because when it comes to that, when it comes to flywheels, like if they were like, oh, what should I mod if I want to mod a flywheel? I mean, I did already do a video about this, but my consensus is the easiest thing you can do is grab a DZP Mark III and then mod it with a Banshee cage, because both of those platforms took a ton of the complications out of your way. And if you can do those, you can build upon the knowledge that you had there. So you don't have to choose your spacing for your cage, your motors, or your flywheel size or working cavity or any of that stuff if you go with the Banshee cage. And then on the flip side with the DZP Mark III, you don't have to do a rewire. You don't have to clip ends. Really, to feel like you accomplished a big difference, all you have to do is open up the blaster, my opinion, put a little drop of lube on the back of the rev trigger and solder in that cage. Make sure your leads are going the right direction and slap it back together. And you have made a meaningful difference in your blaster. That, I think, gives you the confidence to move on to other things.
I let me add on top. I do like the Mark III as a starting mod platform. The only reason I didn't select it was because of the price point. Just because it's a little bit more expensive than the Spectrum and a Stripe if you can find one. But I definitely would recommend the Mark III if you have the budget. On top of adding a band blaster cage, you can get the Rate of Fire kit from Ezekiel, so you don't have to worry about upgrading the pusher motor if you want a higher rate of fire. And again, like you said, it's ready for lipo, or if you just want to run it AAA. Even on 2S, it gets down to 120 with full lengths. I want to say 130 with full lengths, funny enough. So it's HVZ ready in that aspects regards too.
That's actually what I ran at NWAR. I actually couldn't get it with AA's down below 130s consistently, so I had to run 2 dummy batteries to get it running on.
Yeah. So I run the Mark III at UMBC HVZ. If you can see the T-shirt. Oh, it's backwards, so you can't see it anyways.
I can see it.
Their cap is 120. Their cap is 120, so I wanted to run it there. But funny enough, what I found out is if I run a 2S lipo in it, it's hitting 120 on the dot with full lengths, which is, it's HVZ, so I don't have a problem running full lengths for that. And plus, they're fun anyways. So, but with the 2S and short darts, it's hitting 130, so it's just a little bit too hot for that cap. But yeah, the Mark III. I will say I do have an answer if you do want to mod a Springer. I would definitely recommend modding your first Springer. Definitely modding either a Striker or a Nexus with a simple brass or a barrel swap spring spacer. I wouldn't even worry about the swapping out a spring, but you have that as well. So that would be my.
Yeah. The only reason I didn't say that is because I just feel like that's kind of like, it's like the obvious answer for us in the hobby to say the Max Striker or the Springer. And through my own struggles with it, I think it depends on what you want to mod. But I also I want to say that for modding blasters, there's this kind of disconnect between the level of maintenance that you need for a high performance Springer and a Nexus. The Nexus's maintenance is fairly low. But maintenance on a Lynx, my SBL, all the other things, the accessibility to relube these parts and do these things that you need to do on a moderately regular basis just isn't there with those. So for that reason, even though it's pricey, I would say if I had to pick one, I would say it's the Swift. And the reason why is because I think with the things it includes and the kits that it has, it teaches you a lot more about the relationship between the spring, the barrel length, the accessibility, lubricating parts, O-rings. I just think that things are accessible enough.
And it comes with multiple
and
things.
it teaches you.
Yeah. And it comes with,
multiple things.
Yeah.
And with what they give you.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, sorry. And with what they give you, you can start modding, but with their extended stuff, just a little bit more extended, it teaches you a little bit more about the general math and maintenance of those things.
I don't have one, but I can see that, especially with all the multiple parts. I was gonna read out Louis, our number one fan here. Louis chiming in a bunch. So earlier,
nice.
He was the whole fork thing was he was talking about when I was using the chopsticks was the cage. That's why he was saying forks are for wimps, and he's Filipino. Actually, Filipinos, a lot of the old culture they eat with their hands. So yeah, they don't care about any utensils.
Now it makes sense.
And then he says, being a wheelchair player, I mod most of blasters to fling further, faster, accurate. I think that was when we were talking about the Menace, saying he likes to mess with a lot of springers. And then, he asked if any of us use, he's got couple more comments after this, but first he says, do any of you use Mesh iPro? If you do, what's your thought on it?
So I use them for a little bit. They are pretty worthless at indoor venues because it immediately becomes dark. But outdoors, if you have enough light, I think they're a good option. I used them when we were doing face masks for COVID. Because when I wore my regular iPro, they would just fog up immediately. So I switched over to Mesh. But I like wraparound sunglasses, honestly, and a face mask for protection. That's what I've been using. If I wanted to look cool, I'd get what Kale has and go full Punisher mode. But yeah. I think I if you can use iMesh protection, sure. I think I know a lot of people that use it. So,
Kale,
I
you
have
ever
no
use?
experience. I
Yeah,
have
me
no
neither.
experience with it. What I use is I use one of two things. I use my full face mask, especially when I'm running only melee loadouts against high-powered springers and things of that nature, or like momentum. God, it hurts so bad at even 130. I don't know what it is. But if I'm not using that, I will use like a pair of Milwaukee,
Yeah, I was gonna say I like safety glasses.
like
Yeah,
actual safety glasses, not the bull crap that comes in the box with like, no offense to DZ, but like that's not strong enough to stop something higher than what they gave it to you with.
the Milwaukees
And
are nice.
especially
DeWalt makes them too. So there's a bunch of safety,
well,
and some of them look pretty cool.
Didn't DC offer the goggles with one of the blasters that just came out?
Yeah, you can
yes,
buy the
they
goggles.
did, and I hate them.
You can
You don't
buy
like
them
them.
standalone too.
You can buy them standalone. The
On
thing that they
Amazon.
did that I couldn't believe they did, I don't know if you saw it on my. Actually, no, I cut it out of the video because the video was too long about the Mark 1.2 with all the drama. But I'm going to be doing the 2.1 review, and I'm going to talk about this. I can stick a dart in the side of that air vent. It's a big gap. It's enough where I could shoot one in there. I love what they did, but they fouled up on that part.
Dang.
I
haven't run them. I lent them out as loaners for someone. I probably shouldn't have now that you said
Here,
that.
I'll show you. I have it here.
The only thing I've heard about the iMesh is people have recommended against them if you play airsoft because the BBs can shatter and particles can get in your eyes. But they do sell them for
sure.
People do use them for airsoft. But I've heard airsoft players like on forums go, "Hey, don't use mesh. The plastic BBs can shatter if you're getting really high FPS instead of bounce off." So
now I'm curious. What were they originally meant for? Because I just don't think of them being
for
used
Nerf,
for
it probably
anything but
would work
Nerf.
really well. Like when you were saying it doesn't make your glasses fog up.
Yeah.
That's actually probably pretty good for Nerf, to be honest, as long as you can see through them. If it's not too dark, like you were saying.
I do think they have like different degrees of density of the mesh. So maybe mine are just like super dense, so it's making things look darker altogether.
Oh no,
Here we go.
Dart Zone's gonna hate this. This is bad PR.
Oh wait, hold on. Give me a second.
You're doing bad PR on Dart Zone in front of the biggest Dart Zone fan.
It's gonna have to be. I'm here for honesty.
Honest reviews. I got you. Me too, man.
Okay. Yeah. I want you to look at this. You can probably already see it, but
yikes!
That's a problem for me. You know what? Let's take this one step further. This is a Mega XL dart.
No. Your glasses will fit in there then.
What are the what's the likelihood it could actually go in there?
I don't think the likelihood is that high, but I'm worried about those off-case scenarios. Like, is the likelihood high? Probably not, but it's enough a Mega Dart can fit. Then it's that. Like, it just
It could be somebody
worries me,
flanking
because
and somebody turned their head.
that's what I'm. Yeah. So I've honestly seen a ton of shots where it's like this, like just okay. So for instance, if you were wearing a face mask, right? Even though there is a curve to that, like where there's like a gap way back here, it's so far back that the curvature wouldn't allow for a straight path. This allows for a straight path, and that's what worries me.
What do you think they should have made the foam just thicker so it'd be making contact with the face?
Mm-hmm. That's all
Yeah.
they needed to
Or
do.
some kind of
Like
cover,
all
just
they
some
needed to do,
protrusion.
a little vent, a little something. Anything. It just cuts off really flat right here, and nobody's face. I mean, almost nobody's face is shaped like that. And actually, if you look at it, it's cut. It cuts a little bit in the reverse of the angle of your face. I love that they did it.
The last couple things Louis wrote was we're talking about what we would recommend for like beginning modder or interested in modded blasters, either or. He says, of course, I knew he would say Springer before Flywheeler, mainly if cost is a factor. So like if cost was a factor, I know Andrew mentioned like a Strife and Spectrum. And if the cost is a factor, that's definitely the better way to go, especially if you're like learning to mod. But if you're trying to get something where you want minimal modding, that DZP is kind of already set up for everything. You're still learning, but you don't have to go through as much of the pains of rewiring and putting on an XT60. You just unplug it and replace the cage. You know,
there's a lot of flexibilities for modding if you want to mod it. Yeah.
And it's also on sale right now. It's on sale for $80.
Yeah,
I've seen it go on sale for as low as $60. I have actually 2 of them because I picked one up initially, and then I got a second one that I'm like, I might just build an HBZ exclusive, because for End War I had to pull out my Banshee cage. It's actually sitting somewhere around here, out of it, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to do that. You know, I want to have 2 good builds for these situations. So I bought one when it was $60. And even furthermore, if you haven't made any purchases at Target before, you can get a credit card. I know this is like, more adult kind of stuff, but you get the $40 off. Yeah, you get the $40 off. And if you do that, you can get this thing for like as low as like $20.
Yeah, I basically got my Tomcat when it was on sale for $40 for free. And then I just picked up 2 for $8. Like, I spent nothing for 3 Tomcats. I got so lucky. Yeah, I just signed up for a red card. It just came in the mail the other day. And you can use it immediately online, which is cool, while you're waiting for the card.
But plus 5% off anything at Target, which is a ton of Dart Zone
all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
What do you think would have happened? What do you think would have happened if the Mark III went on sale for $749?
Oh, dude,
that
I probably would have ordered more.
I would buy. So
I would have ordered more.
Okay. Yeah. If the Tomcat's great, and I missed it. Right, I didn't get a chance to order any of them. I probably would have ordered like 2 or 3. I think they would have made great gifts for the price that it already is at, and then at that $7. If the Mark III was on sale, I would buy 10 right now, because I could take that and go start a new club with 10 of these things. I could start a new anything.
And now when you say that, when you say start a new club, now my reasoning would be why you would buy more of those is because there's a usability factor that you're not priming anything, and that makes a wide. I mean, depending on the age limit you allow, but for 150 FPS, but somebody with a mobility issue that can still take hits, and they can't prime a 150 FPS, but they can definitely hit a rev trigger and start pulling the trigger, So that's definitely like that. That's one reason I think that makes that such an attract. If that was on sale for $750, I would have probably got 10 of them or more. Who knows?
Yeah, instantly. I wouldn't even think about it.
I wouldn't even thought about it. The other one I even hung just for like maybe 30 seconds. I was like, I should get them. The Tomcats. My answer to Flywheeler or Springer, I guess, is I kind of came up with it while y'all were talking. Like, I'm thinking about like the progression of the hobby, and like, probably 5-6 years ago, I probably would have said I'm also thinking cost part way. I probably would have said flywheelers because you can just open a flywheeler. You can overvolt stock motors and get over 100 FPS, which was great 5 years ago. And there's just the cost wise and what you had to do and the difficulty of a flywheeler then versus what you had to do to a Springer back then was you spent a lot less money trying to do a flywheeler. And on the Springer end, man, you had to buy all the expensive worker stuff or you were experimenting. It's not like now. I would probably recommend a Springer because you can pick up almost any Dart Zone blaster. I know y'all recommended Nexuses to me, but to me,
I'm
it's
Team
like
Striker, but go
it's
ahead.
almost like any. I don't think there's a a Dart Zone primary Springer that I can't recommend. Not the Pro line stuff. I'm like the Dictator, the Nexus, the Striker, which is the same. The Conquest Pro, the Aeon Pro. Like I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, you can just stick a barrel in them, and like you were saying, spacer, get a spring, and you don't have to mess with all the breech stuff. The breech stuff, for the most part, all works great, and that's the separation from 5 years ago. Dart Zone's basically selling us modded blasters for way cheaper than what I spent $100 or more on that Retaliator. I mean, it's sweet, but man. And then the Nexus Pro came out, I think, a month later. I'm like, oh, that thing's $50, and it's hitting the same,
Yeah, talking to the guy that got a Mark 1.1 a month before the Nexus came out.
Oh yeah. And then compatibility issues was all the Mark 1 and 1.1. They were refining what they were doing, but I get it. Early adopters, some of them were angry.
But the 1.1 is still pretty good.
What'd you say about the 1.1?
Oh, I was saying the 1.1 was still pretty good.
Yeah, especially
Yeah, it
construction
feels
wise.
solid.
Compared to a Nexus,
Yeah, that's
it's
what I
got
was
metal
saying.
priming bars. It's got to feel way. I don't have one. I think I had a friend that had one, and I got to use it a little bit, and it's just really solid.
Yeah, it's extremely solid. It feels extremely good.
Louis had a question about running double A's in a Banshee setup. I don't know anything about that.
Ooh,
You can do it.
No,
You can do
You
it.
can do it?
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
You can
What
do
happens?
it, but you shouldn't.
Is it gonna?
So what happens is, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering. I was thinking that the Banshee motors actually don't have that high of an amperage draw for what they do.
Yeah, they don't draw much at all. I got them to work. So what had happened was I was having this issue because I forgot to short the PCT behind the pusher motor. So when I was connecting lipos, nothing. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna at least start with connecting this AAAs to see what would happen.
Then it would go.
And so that's how I figured out that it would work. What I realized later was that I didn't short the PCT, easy fix. But yeah, I was able to get like I want to say I got in the 160s with AAAs on the Banshee. I mean, sorry, double A's with the Banshee cage.
Respect.
But the spin up time was slow.
Yeah, because it's not going to have the current. It's not going to be able to support that current draw. It's just not being double A's.
Yeah, I mean, whereas like I would say it's like maybe about a second to get up to full peak RPMs with the Banshee cage on 3S in my experience. Maybe a little less. We're talking like.
Yeah.
It
starts feeling like a stock Strife, right? At least the rev time.
Yeah.
And then when it gets up there, man, that sounds like it's still hitting really hard though.
It still hits really hard.
Oh man, I think
before we go, I just wanted to.
Too bad my son's not down here, man. He loves Halo.
It's I put IMRs in it. I put four IMRs and 2 dummies in it. But it's
Oh, and it's taking it, and you didn't destroy the lights.
I won't do that again. But it's cool because it's got the lights go out like as a faux ammo counter.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
that thing
cool. It
looks
takes
sweet.
IMRs. I haven't heard that it took IMRs, so you just did it.
Yeah, I put 4 IMRs in 2 dummies, and I'm not sure. It seems like it increased the rate of fire slightly, and I ran it at HVV, and it was a lot of fun just because we play at night, so it lights up. But I'm very pleasantly surprised with this. I got it for Black Friday when it was on sale for $70.
You should post that was
And
the
then I just went on.
IMRs. You should post a little
What
video.
happened?
You should post a little video with the IMRs because everybody's afraid to mod it because they don't want to destroy the lights and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody knows
I
that.
usually don't do more than. I usually don't do more than 3 or 4 IMRs because it either works or it doesn't. But yeah, it's working on 4 IMRs. Ran it all last night at HBZ. I even got some tags with it, so
Sweet.
Heck yeah.
I am very pleasantly surprised with it.
That reminds me, speaking of experimenting with things we probably shouldn't do. You know, we all know the DZP Mark III is capable of, 3S LiPo without any modification. So we wanted to see right before DZP, right before the tournament, we were sitting in the hotel room with my stock one, and we wanted to see if there was any competitive advantage with the LiPo situation, because they said originally that we were going to be able to bring our own LiPos. Obviously,
Right.
They went back on that, but it's fine. We hooked it up to a 4S LiPo just to see what would happen, and
Oh, geez.
nothing. It took it like a champ. There was pretty much barely maybe like a 5 FPS increase on the average, but we wanted to see if it would burn it up. So we held it open with the cage and everything exposed. We held the trigger down for 30 full seconds, touched it, and it was not just a hair above warm. So whatever they're doing with those motors, they took a 4S like a champ, which is crazy.
I think I saw somebody stick an even larger battery than a 4S and a Mark III. I don't remember who it was. I think it's somebody who's like kind of not in the mainstream of the hobby, but like somebody who's not afraid to like stick power tool batteries and overvolt the crap out of things. But I want to say somebody used like a crazy, I don't know if it was a 6S, but they did something on a Mark III where they just didn't do much else, didn't replace a bunch of stuff, but yeah, hooked up a monster battery to it and ran it. It was fine. I'm like, and I don't remember the FPS. It was more than a 5 FPS increase as well. But again, it was something that really obscure I saw like months ago. But yeah, I'm sure it would take a 4S. It might take more.
Yeah, might.
I don't have one.
Well built.
I'm curious if there's going to be a Mark 3.2.
There's got
3.1?
A 3.1.
Oh, it would be 3.1. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
There's got to be something like that.
We're about to see the first Dart Zone AEG, the Mark IV.
That's what I was thinking too. Either that or an AEB, AEG.
I will buy it if that's a thing.
Yeah. You know what AEG or AEB?
Either one.
You know what AEB I'd be looking forward to is the cam-driven one. I forget what it's called, but I've been wanting to. I've seen it. I think I'd seen something about it, but it's cam-driven, and now that I think about it, I'm like, why has no one else tried that? I mean, like combustion engines are cam-driven for a reason because the cycle of power, and I'm like, I forget what it's called. I want to say that it was in the.
Yeah, I feel like someone was talking about that in one of the Discords actually, and mentioned the same thing. And then they were wondering why.
That would be way more efficient than a whole bunch of gears.
And then they were wondering why they didn't like make a brushless do that as well.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting thought. In terms of brushless, where the hell is the? Oh, there it is, Black Raisins group. It was in the Black Raisins under any other blasters, and so it is called the Victor Storm FB1. Here, I don't know if you're gonna be able. It's got a pretty skinny silhouette
Storm.
because it's camp driven. Yeah, Victor Storm FB1, and so
Was there a YouTube video to go along with that or no?
I think there was one, but not in Black
Okay.
Raisin thing.
Okay.
There was one I had seen from like I feel like people like what is it, like Tungsten and other people like that who are able to like read and write in other languages. I want to say it's Mandarin, just because that's like the prevalent like in China where manufacturing of these things kind of a lot of times goes on. But they're able to read and see these things before we're able to really understand what they are. And so I remember a channel like that where they were doing that, where I had seen the first thing about it. But yeah, cam driven, smart, very smart.
So they're up for pre-order for $450.
Yeah,
As long as it doesn't take proprietary mags and
if I remember correctly, it's Talon mag.
That's the main thing. I mean, that was the main reason I didn't get the Challenger, was because it was proprietary. And then the Colonel Wasp came out. I was like, yes, please. 450? Yeah, take my money.
Yeah, I can see it right here. This is a worker mag in it. Look. Oh,
Nice.
Hold on.
Yeah. It looks like it comes with a banana style worker mag as well, like the clear one.
That it says, I don't know if you can see it through here, but that says the word worker right on it. That's a tenner.
And they put a 10 in there? That's interesting.
I think they did it for the aesthetics. You know what I mean? For like the short,
Yeah.
like kind of,
For the
that's just
size,
on-
yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. But that means it takes it.
Is it open or closed, please?
Open or close.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here's the video that I had seen about it, because you can see right there how it has like all the writing. Like I have no idea what they said.
I think that's what I saw there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I don't know, but I'm excited to see what it. You said something about $450. Where I don't know where you saw that.
That was a different There was a different country. I think it's 340. Is it 340?
Yeah, 340.
Okay, yeah.
Because I feel like
that was like Australian or a different country code. That's what it was.
It's Singapore dollars on Black Raisins unless you like switch your location.
Yeah,
but I remember a bunch of people, and I mean a bunch of people, complaining that the Challenger Mark III Pro Max Edition was like $780. And I remember correcting at least 25 different people being like, it's $580. Make sure to do your conversion. Yeah.
Still a lot of money.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of money, but it's like the price difference is pretty considerable. $780 versus like $560. That's like over $200 difference.
My lighting here sucks.
For sure.
Here you go. Some red there for you, sir. In red. Face the barrel.
Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah. Oh, the shroud. Yeah.
Yeah, the shroud is red. I know he's looking for red.
Yeah. That looks like a turbine. It kind of looks like a turbine scar on the end.
Yeah, they have a few different photos. Was different. Ooh, that one looks slick.
Yeah.
They don't have a release date or any specs on it or anything.
So there's a group buy on Black Raisins. That's what they said on there, and they said that there were going to be another group buy. So I think what's happening here is that it's technically available, but obviously getting it from another country is kind of hard. So Black Raisins is grabbing it in groups, like and then being like, but only with they have an amount of buyers already doing a pre-order.
So on their website, it's saying, let's see. It says the listings, I guess they had a listing closed on November 3rd for 300 of them worldwide that they're getting I guess they're getting 300 of them, is what it sounds like. So that's what they have to distribute. But does that mean they're already sold out?
Yes, they are sold out.
Okay.
I looked on the Discord. I asked them about it, and they said the second was when the listing ended. So says it right here in the Discord. I don't know if you can see that, but it said it ends at midnight, and that was on November 2nd of this year. I asked, I said, oh, is that the cam driven AEG? They said yes. I said, very cool. I wish I noticed sooner. I've been wanting one since I first heard about it. He said, Scott Mazeron said, definitely there will be more. Right now it's limited quantity, but they will be producing more. So I think it's just what they were allotted in that first wave of production.
Well, I mean, if Black Raisins has that coming out, I would think that Monkey Mods is going to have one come out too.
That is a good point, if it's popular enough. But something like that's kind of innovative.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a version out. I can't see them not having one.
Yeah.
You said it was 340 US or 380, 340 US dollars?
340 USD. That's more affordable than some of the other options, but not as affordable as the Call on a Wasp.
What FPS performance did it come in at?
I want to say it was in the 150s category.
Okay. And then full auto semi select fire?
I'll have to double check what they're getting, but if I remember the video correctly that I saw, it was select fire.
Okay.
And also, if I remember correctly, the video that I had seen of it was done like not as a production video, but more of just like a person who was making it or who was testing it or something in another language. And I remember seeing higher numbers out of it in the 200s. So it might be that it's capable of something more, but this is the way that they're selling it as a base model.
They're probably experimenting with it right now. I mean, a lot of the early Colonel Wasp videos we saw were like you were saying, somebody just tinkering with it and saying, look what this does. And you're like, what is that? And it's clear shell, and it looks like an MP40. It looks sweet. And then months and months later, it came out.
And then once Monkey Mods got it, they did their thing to it and offered the upgrade spring and the buffer tube stock battery. Is what kind of battery does it take? Is it airsoft as well?
Let's see.
Because I know some people modded their Wasps to take XT30 or XT60s. I forget which ones, but then you got to find a stock.
Yeah. Take a look.
I am intrigued.
They have a video link, but again, it's probably in another language. But they do have a YouTube video link on the Black Raisins website. But the information
they do.
The info is definitely limited to like release date and availability and stuff. They don't really tell you anything outside of that on the website.
Yeah, let me see. I'm looking through the Discord. Oh, there's a listing for 2 videos outside of that listing in the Discord. Because someone named Orzo asked, any more info anywhere? Just wondering how it would compare to my Wasp 76. And then someone posted in response 2 videos that are clearly in another language by a user, Billy, Billi.
What's it called again?
Yeah, it says... Oh, and it comes in... I guess the colors was also, like, part of it. So if you saw it on Black Raisin's website, and it says sold out, you might want to go through the different color options. Maybe there are some that are available. Because the blaster looks like it's actually primarily white with a colored accent. See how it has the colors in this? And they have the different colors?
Yeah.
So
Mon-
you can select the next color, yellow, and it's the same accents changed over to the other color. So you're actually kind of choosing a secondary color as opposed to getting to choose your primary color.
Interesting.
And it looks like there's different ones. So yeah,
Well,
looks like
Danny's got his on his iPad. It looks like how many
I'm trying to-
3 colors?
Oh,
there's
well, I'm
5
trying
colors.
to. There's a Monkey Mods video. Monkey Mods is already experimenting with them. I was trying to see how I can share my screen. Damn it! See, I'm Discord stupid right now. Can't you share your screen on Discord?
You can.
Yeah.
What am I doing here? That I don't know where that option is.
I don't know how to do it.
That turns my camera off. That turns it backwards and forwards.
Do you do it in the chat?
Oh. I'm trying it. Hold on. Start broadcast. Okay. Can you see my screen?
It says watch stream. So it did flip over to
Okay.
something. It added a window.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you hit watch stream and then it opens it up. You're sharing your screen.
Okay, cool. So in that case, let's go and find it. So you can see all this? I'm on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Black Raisins always gets like the stuff first, and then it's extremely expensive, and then it goes to Monkey Mods.
Fair enough. They're based out of different places though, right? Black Raisins is Singapore. Monkey Mods is Malaysia, isn't it?
I think so.
That sounds right. Yeah.
But yeah, Black Raisins always seems to get everything first. It seems like it.
They definitely got the Challenger first.
Did they? I think they got the Challenger second, but they got the Pro Max Edition. Yeah, because I remember looking for the Challenger and nobody had it, and then the Pro Max Edition came out on Black Raisins, and Black Raisins had nothing on the Challenger until then.
Gotcha.
I just know that Justice got his from Black Raisins before it came out to Monkey Mods, and his was not the Pro Edition.
Oh, I wonder if they just straight replaced it then.
They might have run out initially. Maybe it was more of a limited run when it first came out too. I can't really remember.
So looking at this blaster, like you guys are seeing my screen, so you can see this. But look on these color iterations. This barrel is significantly shorter here, and no shroud.
Yeah, and
there's no shrouds.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is in this base form, is this the 150, and is this the more capable version?
That's a good question.
Because it looks like a bolt-on shroud with an extended Picatinny.
If you scroll down a
rail?
little bit, they have a picture of what comes in the box, I believe, on the bottom right. Is it further?
Oh yeah, this.
Yeah.
Is there a shroud?
Yeah, there is.
Interesting. Right, very cool.
And there's
And
more,
it looks
like more than one barrel.
It might be because there's.
That's
it might
what
be
I'm
because
saying.
there's 2 barrel lengths.
Yeah, I think there's 2 barrel lengths, and I think that it might be capable of
It
more
looks
than
like one of
150.
them's already on the ram, and then the other one
Mhm.
was right next to it.
Well,
Mhm.
a lot of the stuff that's from overseas has to be capped at 150. If it's being shipped overseas for some reason, I heard.
That's a picture of a battery right there. What's going on here?
Where is it? Oh, I see it. Go back down to it. What's it look like? Connector.
You can't see it. Something odd looking. I don't think that's a.
It's a USB cable. It's an iPad, an old iPhone iPad
the 30 pin.
for your MacBook.
Yeah.
The only thing that sucks is the YouTube viewers, I don't think, can see what we're seeing. I think I probably would have had to share it. We're looking at some really cool stuff, guys. because I don't see it
Yeah,
on my TV
of
screen.
course.
To look up blackraisins.com if you would like to watch. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what I was trying to pull up.
I got you.
Sign me up for the Monkey Mods Red Shroud, please.
So he's watching a YouTube video in.
So he's got the 76 and he's got the Challenger there, and now he's got the Storm. He's using it as a sword. And that's the end of the video.
No, it's not the end.
No, I'm just
Roll credits.
end credit scene.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
This is so cool.
Definitely looks like a smaller spring than the 76. Really pretty slim profile.
Yeah,
This
it's
is-
super slim. It's like a tube.
Very cylindrical also. And it looks like it's close breech. I took Chinese for 4 years in high school. I don't speak any Chinese. It's got the same grip as the Wasp 76.
This looks like an earlier version. That's not the production model.
Yeah, it didn't look like the pictures
Yeah.
that we saw.
Yeah, the picture looked like it had some squareness towards the back.
It also had a full rail all the way across it. Unless that's just
Looks all aluminum?
yeah.
Yep.
You know what that means? You can manually bolt action it.
I'm wondering if you have to do that to chamber it to begin with, like the Quick or the Challenger. Got an XT30, it looked like.
The batteries seem to go on pretty easy. Battery cover.
Did he unscrew the battery cover?
Yeah, it was a hand screw. Thumb screw or whatever.
The magwell looks 3D printed. All right. Definitely doesn't have a super strong spring in it. Very cool, though.
Yeah, it is very cool.
Rate of fire looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, the feeding looks really good too. He's showing he slowed down the feeding to show how it feeds the dart in with the head first.
That is definitely a smaller spring. Or a thinner spring. Was he using easy bamboo too?
There's a zip tie on it. I love it.
Like I said, I think this is an early production.
Yeah. It's like the
Pre-production, I
early
should say.
premiere. But that's sweet.
Yeah.
The production model almost looked bullpup-ish too.
I think that it had that look because it didn't have the full barrel on it. This would look like a bullpup too if he took off that shroud.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I knew what he was saying. Look, I'm just like, yep, slow motion and a lot of Chinese.
There's the 76. I don't even know what barrel that is.
There's a huge recoil difference. Meaning
Yeah.
less to no recoil. I mean, there's still
Very
definitely
cool.
a recoil, but I think there's a lot less in the Colonel Wasp.
Well, the Colonel Wasp is slamming the barrel in and out.
Yeah. That thing has got some, but that's what it feels really cool too, though.
Yeah, I do agree.
I still see it though. It's definitely there.
It is, but it seems like it's a lot less when he started comparing the firing.
Did he say he's getting? Is that 50 FPS?
No, that had a different measurement. It said RPS. I'm not sure what that means.
I don't know what it converts to.
What was the number? Was it rounds per second?
It was 50, so I really doubt it.
Oh yeah.
Looks like it's around almost like the Edge performance. So like
Yeah,
round
like
120, 130.
Mm-hmm. The current claim on the listing, now that it's actually being produced, is 150.
150, okay. Well, that's good just to have for 150 rounds then.
Yeah.
The firing rate.
I'd love to have an
faster,
AD
too.
that's
I mean, the
150.
firing rate looks like it's a good 8-9 DPS or so.
Yeah. I'm definitely interested, especially if you can upgrade it.
Okay.
I'm interested
pretty
if
cool.
the feeding is as reliable as it looked.
It's
It looked pretty reliable, to be honest.
It did. I will say with the Colonel Wasp, feeding reliability has a lot to do with the dark quality.
Yeah.
So I don't run anything, or I try not to run anything except fresh worker gen high ends in them.
Yeah, I was wondering if there'd be anything more about it, but
On that note,
Very cool.
I gotta turn in, fellas.
yeah, no, I totally hear you. Let me see.
I'm driving up to Radford tomorrow for another college tour with my daughter. So
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, that was cool though. Yeah. Well, until next time, I guess.
yeah, that
Yes.
was great. I love streaming with you guys. It's more about the conversation, hanging out with you guys. I don't even know. I mean, we have if Louis is probably still on. We have mad love for you though, Louis, and the 3 or 4 other people
Yeah.
watching. But
Yeah,
Louis been on the whole time.
yeah, thank you guys for being obsessed with the same stuff I'm obsessed with, so we can all geek out and get some adult time geeking out online since we live far away
Yeah.
from each other.
Yeah, sure.
And then I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna finish this thing before December 11th. It's all together. I just gotta wire it and put it together and just finalize what I want on the outside of the shell. But the wheels are on. You got your
Looking
motors
good.
on, so I wasn't completely
Awesome. I'm
unproductive.
looking forward to it. I was.
Well, I probably would have got more done if I wasn't messing with the sound so much. That kind of
Fair enough.
It's always a
that was
challenge.
like a good 20 minutes of what the F is going on. It was just working. But yeah, until next time,
Excellent.
I'll see you on the 11th, if not before then.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Kale, always a pleasure.
Yes,
Of course,
Callie.
man.
Does it,
Callie
wait,
Kale.
Andrew? Did Andrew
You weren't there
catch
for
on to
that.
that joke? He wasn't. So Jade has a little. She got mad, but she has a little dyslexia, and she was asking me about who Kale was, and she goes and she messaged me, and she got the last name right, but I read the first name first, and I was like, "Who's Callie? I don't know, no Callie." And then later on, I saw the last name. I saw your last name, and I was like, "Oh, that's." I went Kale, and she goes, "Huh? No, Callie." And I was like, "That's not his name." And then it was
That's
funny because we
funny.
were chatting last night. She probably was gonna hate me for saying this because who knows? She probably won't watch this. But we were chatting last night, and they were getting Pierre's name wrong too when they were talking about him, but they were calling him Perry. And then they kept calling you Callie, and he's like, "I don't give a fuck. It's Perry and Callie. That's their names now." I'm like, "All right, Jay." Not super angry, but you know. But it was funny. She's
Yeah.
like, "I give
Yeah.
up. That's their names now, because that's how I remember it." I was like, "All right." Callie,
Yeah.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Wait, aren't you? Are you in California?
Yeah.
So that I told her that I was like, I think he's from California, or in California, so that works as a nickname, Callie.
Yeah.
You know, he's in Cali. Callie's in Cali. That all makes sense.
Yeah. Someone else, I want to say at DZP, the tournament, someone was calling me California because I was from California.
Oh,
That's a good one too.
California. All right. Until next time, guys. It was a pleasure.
All right, you guys have a good one. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yep.
All right. Peace out,
Night,
man.
guys.
Bye.